Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, May 1st, 2025. The time is now 2:10 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Melendez and Nash. Commissioner Farnby will be joining us later. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. This meeting is being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch and listen to this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. Please be advised that the city has discontinued the use of council phone. The only way to access commission meetings will be in person or through the department's website. Also, please be aware that beginning with the commission meeting on May 15, 2025, anyone wishing to provide testimony to this commission on any matter within the jurisdiction of this commission will have to appear in person. This includes public comment and specific cases. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it into Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The commission executive assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. Again, please note that effective May 15th, public comment via Zoom phone will no longer be available. Those individuals wishing to address this commission will have to appear in person. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it's by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. For those attending the in-person meeting, please be aware that after 6:00 p.m., if you leave the 9th floor and wish to return, you will need to check in with security on the 1st floor to re-enter and access the elevators to the 9th floor. Please turn off your cell phones or place them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. Item number 1 is public comment period. We will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. The first in-person speaker is Brandon Brinson.
Ain't nothing changed. Still the same bullshit.
Please state your name and which items you're speaking.
My name is Brandon Brinson. It's public comment.
You have 1 minute.
The city is proposing to give Department of Cannabis Regulations $10 million bailout, not to help struggling operators, but to cover DCR's mismanagement of state grant funds. And now they want to raise fees by nearly 137%, while most of us can't even stay open. That's crazy. We're taxed to death, drowned in fees, and left to compete with unlicensed shops. Social equity operators are being forced to close our doors while DCR's interim executive director earns a salary higher than the fucking mayor in Los Angeles. We demand that the cannabis equity reform and marketing stabilization motion be adopted immediately. We demand a moratorium of new social equity retail licenses until DCR is restructured under a department that actually understands equity and economic development. And we demand to block the DCR's fee studies and these requested fee hikes. And Jason Colleen, again, you charged
Thank you.
me
Your
$4
time is up.
motherfucking $1,000, bro, for a fucking core record number that's on all my goddamn paperwork.
Thank you. Your time is up.
My time is not up, and I still don't
Call
know
to
who my
order.
analyst is. Who's my
Brandon.
analyst?
Brandon.
Who is my analyst? Who is my analyst? I don't care, bro. Who is my motherfucking analyst? Y'all ain't told me shit. Y'all just take my fucking money. Andrew Westhall already told us y'all fucked us from the fucking door.
Warning
I
to
know 100% y'all fucked us from the door. And I do not care.
disruptive.
Y'all fucked us up. Disruptive, all that shit. You charging me $4 motherfucking $1,000 for a record number that's on all of my fucking paperwork, bro. I'm dead ass serious, man. I'm sick of this shit.
Officers,
I have to deal with this bullshit every day.
reclaiming my time.
I have to deal with this shit every day. Not y'all. Y'all don't know shit. And y'all always acting like y'all don't know what the fuck we talking about in here. I don't give a fuck about this meeting. You too with that motherfucking hat on. Y'all always sit up here and act like y'all don't know what's going on. Andrew Westhall told us every motherfucking thing going on already. Y'all some fucking suckers in here do us like that. This motherfucking program was promised to help. Y'all ain't did shit but kill.
Mr. Vizo, do we have any callers on the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 6575. Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, my name is Chris Rahadi, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak regarding a dispensary on Silver Lake Boulevard in Silver
You
Lake.
have 1 minute.
I'm calling. Got it. I'm calling on behalf of the ownership group of 1717 Silver Lake Boulevard. They have owned this property for a few decades. And the main reason for this call is because the concern we have is that Silver Lake Boulevard, at least this portion of Silver Lake Boulevard, is not the appropriate place for a dispensary to open. It's a very family-oriented neighborhood, given the proximity to the reservoir, the dog park, and the park with the basketball courts. And it's a beautiful collection of retailers, restaurants, and convenience stores. So on behalf of the ownership group of 1717 Silver Lake Boulevard, we believe there are more appropriate commercial zones for this type of business, such as on Sunset Boulevard, or on any additional street. And our preference is for this dispensary to not open here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sunshine Piranego. I hope I got that right.
Close. Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
My name is Sunshine Pernego. I'm speaking for.
You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners, DCR team, and colleagues. I'm Sunshine Perinego, social equity applicant, soon to be licensed cannabis operator, neighborhood council member, and leadership coach here in Los Angeles. We are colleagues in the legal cannabis industry working to prosper and serve our community. One of the first leadership lessons I learned a decade ago: if leadership looks out for your best interests, resistance is dumb. If leadership isn't looking out for your interests, resistance is necessary. I believe Director Colleen is a strong leader for the DCR, working hard for his team. But I question whether the system sees operators and regulators as united. A house divided cannot stand. Operators are required to sign agreements allowing employees to unionize, yet we operators feel like employees of the regulators. Our work funds salaries, benefits, and pensions, but we barely scraping by. Imagine a 40,000 annual regulatory burden for 3 cannabis activities, plus a 40% tax, while illegal competitors face no enforcement. This stifles our ability to thrive. We need a system where regulators and operators collaborate for mutual success, ensuring fair enforcement and supporting for legal businesses. Let's build a united, prosperous cannabis industry together. Please. Thank you. Oh, I got 35 more seconds from the heart. And let's honestly create something that's going to really make it so that we could survive, because otherwise there's going to be Monsanto and these other big conglomerates coming in. They're going to be like, oh, you have a $200,000 burden. Well, here, how about I give you 250 grand and shoo along? Like, we've been in this industry in the front lines, getting arrested, being all kinds of, like, I mean, I went to jail for this thing because I've been on the front lines of this thing. I don't want to be a criminal. I'm doing everything I possibly can to be right. And Mr. Jason Clean's been really kind to me. He's heard me. So I know you guys are listening, and I have full
Thank you.
faith
Your time
you'll
is up.
make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, is there anyone else in the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 6175. Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Timothy Revkin. I live up the street. I'm calling on item number 12, the Valley Health Center Collective at 1700 Silver Lake Boulevard.
You have 1 minute.
I have concerns about, I have a lot of concerns about this dispensary, and I'm absolutely opposed to it. My first concern is that it was about leadership and brand concerns. This says Valley Health Center Collective, but it's actually going to be under the Big Chief Extracts. And MJ Khan, the founder and CEO of Big Chief Extracts, has publicly stated on YouTube interviews that he began selling cannabis in Los Angeles before entering the licensed market. This history raises questions about the values and priorities he brings to businesses in our neighborhood. In the same interview, Khan is seen smoking a joint on camera. His public Instagram profile also features images of him smoking prominently in like 2 of the most recent 5 posts, for example. While these actions are legal, the public-facing promotion of cannabis use, especially by the brand's top representative, does not align with the tone and expectations of this family-oriented corridor. I have a
Thank you. Your
10-year-old
time is
son.
up.
I live just
Thank you. The next speaker is Reverend Janet Wyland.
Good afternoon. There's a
Please state your
proposed-
name and
Oh, I'm
which item
sorry.
you're speaking on.
Reverend Janet Wyland, and I'm talking on item number 11, the cannabis shop proposed for 4878 Fountain Avenue.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. This is proposed for a place in East Hollywood, and the neighbors in the area are very upset about this and have signed a petition to oppose it. There are over 460 neighbors and businesses in the immediate area who have signed it. I'll just show you. These are the petitions, and a copy was sent to your offices yesterday. In addition to the concerns for the children that are constantly in the area with events going on, and the traffic congestion that the shop would create, there are 3 churches within a block of the location and an Alcoholics Anonymous program, and they are all opposed to the shop opening. There are also several other cannabis shops in the area, so we don't need another one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vizo, anyone in the queue?
Yes, caller with phone number ending in 2181, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Yeah, hello. My name is Susanna Kinnear, and I would like to speak on item number 11.
You have 1 minute.
Okay, so I'm calling on behalf of my organization. This is in regards to the cannabis store application on 4878 Fountain Avenue, application number 310157. I am part of organizing a lot of community events just 1 block away from this proposed location for a cannabis store. There are thousands of parents and children that regularly come here, and we do not want the smoke from cannabis in the neighborhood. This is a serious health concern. I know there are many people, including myself, that have signed on the petition that was just mentioned by the earlier person. And I can also echo that there are many houses of worship in the immediate area, at least 3, that are not, in favor of having a cannabis store right around the corner.
Thank you.
And
Your
that's
time
all.
is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlie Collins.
Hi, I'm Charlie Collins. I am hoping to speak general comment and on item 11.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'm not sure everyone on the commission was looking, excuse me. Could I have just your eyes for a moment? This is 400 names from people in the residence area of the Fountain Dispensary. I just want to bring that to your attention because it's a very multicultural, diverse neighborhood that has resounded with their opposition to this. Theirs is a moral position. I represent the business district. And our position is simply, if you're familiar with Fountain, you know what an important traffic artery that is. That particular area right there, and I invite you to come down and see Sappy's or any of the other restaurants there, is very congested. There is another issue with that, and that is this is a grab and go business. That means people are going to pull in, grab what they need and get out, or deliveries or Uber Eats. Now, I particularly support dispensaries. I've been to them and I've purchased cannabis in the past. This particular area is an issue because it's developing now. There are 2 churches, there's a school, all the residents are saying what they're saying. My position is there are at least 4 in the immediate area, one with a giant lot on Hillhurst that has nobody coming to it. It's next to Lassen's. I invite you to come to Los Feliz and see it. I served on the neighborhood council there, and I understand what your positions are. The city needs money. This is a good way to generate it. But if you look at the creeping diaspora of dispensaries from west to east, it will not matter in this particular neighborhood, except for that it will impact the community good. I urge you to rethink this. The landlord will find another renter. There's no question. Olimpya will find another place to sell, but this particular neighborhood needs your support. And again, this is just, these are people speak Armenian, they speak Spanish, they speak Portuguese. It's a huge and beautiful community that is saying they don't want it there. And I think that because of the proximity of one that's 3
Thank you. Your
blocks
time is
away,
up.
that we should rethink it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo. Anyone present in the queue?
Yes, caller with phone number ending in 0420, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Anoop Jogani, and I'm speaking regarding the cannabis shop on 1700 Silver Lake Boulevard.
You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I'm a local stakeholder. I own a building right down the street, and I am a resident of the community. Me and a lot of other residents and business owners are very opposed to the cannabis shop coming in at 1700 Silver Lake Boulevard because there are a huge amount of kids, a huge amount of families in the neighborhood. They've stripped out a really nice restaurant in order to put that place in, something that was permitted for a restaurant. And according to Jose Ramirez from the LAPD, a good friend of mine, he said that will increase crime in the neighborhood in excess of 30 or 40%. So we're very worried. It's a very family-oriented neighborhood, very vibrant shopping retail neighborhood that this cannabis purchaser, also rumor has it that the building was purchased in a fairly shady way. Let's just put it. So we're pretty opposed to the whole operation and the whole situation that's going in over there.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The time is 2:30 p.m. I have received a request to call a recess of this meeting at this time. So we will now recess and we will reconvene when clear to do so. Thank you for your patience.
We may resume.
The time is 2:38 PM and we are resuming with general public comment. The next speaker is Glenn Choi.
Hi, my name is Glenn Choi. I'm with Silmar Caregivers, Inc. We're a dispensary located in Westwood. I was just gathering my thoughts because I know the time is short, so I just wanted to.
What item are you speaking on, sir?
Is it just public comment? Or,
Yes.
I don't, I didn't fill out any kind of like it's for our dispensary. It's not on the agenda. It's general.
public-
Sorry.
You have 1 minute.
Okay. So I'm a phase one applicant and the year was 2021. So mid 2021, it was COVID times and everything was very complicated. The Acela system was changing, it seemed like by the week. Applications and just logging in with the various email addresses was seemingly very complex because of course with the city, there's that Acela for that and the state. Anyways, so for the renewal, I made a payment by check and then received an email back stating that that the payment was received, but that there was no invoice generated. And so they wanted to get this payment back to me because there was no way to properly make the payment to the invoice. I had outlined the BTRC number. So in the past, during medical days, there was the BTRC number was everything. That was the identifier for what
Thank
got
you. Your time is up.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Treviso, are there any speakers in the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 1090. Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is James Doherty. I am calling on behalf of general public comment.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. The city is proposing to give the Department of Cannabis Regulation a $10 million bailout, not to help struggling operators, but to cover the DCR's mismanagement of state grant funds. Now they're talking about raising fees by nearly 137%, while most of us can't even stay open. We're taxed to death, drowned in fees, and left to compete with unlicensed shops. Social equity operators are being forced to close our doors, while the DCR's interim executive director takes, not earns, a salary higher than the mayor of LA. We demand that the cannabis equity reform and market stabilization motion be adopted immediately. We demand a moratorium on new social equity retail licenses until the DCR is restructured under a department that actually understands equity and economic development. And we demand to block the DCR's fee study and their requested fee hike. We demand immediate action, call for an independent investigation, suspend DCR leadership, and we recommend a restructuring of the department. If you cannot do that, then step down because social equity
Thank you. Your
operators
time
are
is
dying
up.
while you wait.
That's right. Step down if you can't.
Raven McSweeney.
Hi, I am doing item 4 in public comment.
You have 2 minutes. Please state your name.
Robin McSweeney, I am an owner operator, social equity licensee in Los Angeles. And I feel like I've been here and I've told my story a few times and my struggle. So with that sentiment, echoing my fellow colleagues, the city is proposing to give the Department of Cannabis Regulation a $10 million bailout, which is not to help us at all, but to cover the mismanagement of a lot of the money that we could have used to help us in selling this dream for social equity from the beginning. And now that they want to raise the fees by nearly 137%, while most of us can't even stay open. We're taxed to death, drowning in fees. I had a really great 420, but that doesn't even matter because almost half of that has to get stipend in taxes, where I'm not able to cover overhead or anything. So with that, we demand that the cannabis equity reform and market stabilization motion be adopted immediately. We demand a moratorium on new social equity retail licenses until DCR is restructured under the department that actually understands equity and the economic development. doesn't make any sense to bring on more stuff if you haven't actually mastered the original program. And we demand to block the DCR's fee study and their requested fee hike. Because at this point, I feel like we should just give you these licenses back and just go back to the streets because the streets are winning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Treviso, is there anyone in the queue?
Yes, caller with phone number ending in 4009. Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, my name is Debbie Slater. I am an active stakeholder in Silver Lake, and I'm speaking on public comment and item number 12.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. As I said, my name is Debbie Slater. I'm an active participant in the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. I actually sit as co-chair of our Urban Design and Preservation Committee, which is our land use committee. I am not speaking on that behalf today, although I would like to comment that the applicant for the project at 1700 Silver Lake Boulevard did not contact the Neighborhood Council in a timely manner. They did not follow the procedures and policies correctly. They were able to get on the governing board agenda, where I know there was a lot of opposition, including and most notably the fact that they want to name their business as an insult to the Native American community of Los Angeles, a community that the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council and many other organizations have spent years honoring and working to protect and make known as natives. I am highly opposed to this business. I think it's completely inappropriate in this area. I have strong concerns about the ownership and management. I have strong concerns about how they are going to respect the neighbors of the community, most of which are residents. This is a very small business corridor. I object to their characterization of themselves as being close to the Silver Lake Junction, Sunset Junction. They're nowhere near that. They're so far away, it's difficult to walk. I don't think they're going to be respectful of the community. I highly urge you to vote against this applicant. They will not be a benefit to the community. If you use your radius tool on your website, we have so many cannabis locations within a 1.5 mile radius of this location. It's not necessary. It's not needed. It will be a detriment. It is not a plus to the community. I stand in
Thank
objection.
you. Your time is up.
Back to in-house, Matt Lena Normandy.
Please state your name and which
Hi.
items you wish to speak on.
Hi, for General, Madlena Narmani.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. So, we made lots of reports about illegal delivery services on the weed maps. I'm a delivery service owner. As you know, delivery service is not like a storefront, because storefront customer finds you, and delivery service, I have to find every customer. So these delivery services are on weed maps. They're making 200 to 400 deliveries a day, each delivery service. While I'm legal licensed, I'm making 4 to 6 deliveries a day. Last month, I had 120 deliveries, whole months. These guys make in months like twice what I can make a year. There have been 3 licenses suspended, but it did not help. So maybe you guys can help us. And Weed Maps is not the place for the illegal delivery
Thank you. Your time
services.
is up.
License rentals is horrible.
Ms. Treviso, any callers in the queue?
Yes, caller with phone number ending in 7234. Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on. Caller with phone number.
Yes, hello?
Yes, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Yes, I'm speaking on item number 11, the dispensary at 4878 Fountain Avenue.
And please state your name.
My name is Gary Nathan. I've
Okay,
been a
you have
local
1 minute.
resident. Okay. My name is Gary Nathan. I've been a local resident for many years, and I'm calling to oppose the opening of the dispensary in our. So one of the main issues is parking.
I'm sorry,
which is
you
always
want to
the issue.
restart your statement because you were cut off.
Yeah, okay. Yes, my name is Gary Nathan. I've been a local resident for many years. I'm calling to oppose the opening of the dispensary in our neighborhood. There's a number of concerns I have regarding this. First of all, parking is always an issue in the neighborhood. I'm guessing this establishment will have no parking spaces, which is going to lead to more congestion and more difficulty for parking for the residents. Also, I'm concerned about the potential for crime to be brought to the neighborhood. I heard they will have a security guard, but that's for the benefit of the business, not the neighborhood. Studies concerning Los Angeles have shown that crime in areas of dispensaries do increase after opening, and East Hollywood is one of the top 7 neighborhoods in Los Angeles that have an increase in reported crime for these reasons. And last of all, and most important, there are 3 local churches, many of whose members lived in the neighborhood within a 1-block area, of one of which I attend. One block area, the proposed dispensary. All of them.
Thank you. Your
prescribing
time is
them
up.
not to use drugs and.
Madison Shockley.
Please state your name and the items you wish to speak
My
on.
name is Madison Shockley. I'd like to speak on item 1 and item 3 and item 4.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I understand that the reason there was a recess is because the gentleman who was up here earlier giving public comment and escorted out was then kicked out of the building. This department is destroying his life. They're retaliating against him. They're picking on him and his business and draining him financially. And it's ruining his life. And that's why he is experiencing this. And he's been kicked out of the building while you guys have done nothing to really do oversight over this committee. I know the charter of this committee has been revised in the last couple of years because I looked at it. It used to be that part of the charter of this committee was to hear public comment and to use it to formulate policy recommendations to the city council and to the mayor. It used to be that. It's no longer anymore. This department is using this committee as part of an illegal scheme. I just want to inform you guys so you know now. Anytime that you approve a license, like mine, for example, which was agendized for the last committee meeting and then waived off at the last minute by the department, again today, waived off at the last minute, they are putting me up here for an annual license that I never applied for or asked to be for. I have a temporary and I operate on a temporary application. The reason they do that is because they steal our grant money by putting us through annual licensing. They get grant money from the state for annual licensing. And so they're forcing us through this process. I had never applied for an annual license. You guys are the last step. You guys approve or deny licenses. Every license that wasn't applied for, but you have approved or denied up here is wrong. And I think should be challenged in court. And that makes this a kangaroo court. That's what y'all are participating in. It's not real. It has no authority. And you guys are participating in a scheme that the department had to pay back. The city has to pay back $10 million that they mismanaged, that the state said, no, you use this for purposes that were not allowed. And you guys are the ones that approved the licenses that they got that money for. So you're complicit now. So unless you resign or refuse to hold another hearing, you're continuing. Now that you're informed, because I assume you didn't know this, you guys just go along without really, I assume you guys just go along without really investigating anything, because there have been pleas from the community for years, and there hasn't been recommendations from this committee to address it. That makes you guys stooges. stooges for the government. This is a kangaroo court. Don't approve or deny another application because you're participating in an
Thank you. Your
illegal
time is
scheme.
up.
And now you're complicit and responsible.
Ms. Treviso, is there anyone in the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 5540, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Doug Haynes. I'm speaking on agenda item number 11 for 4878 Fountain
You
Avenue.
have 1 minute.
Thank you very much for my time. I've been a member of the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council since it was founded in 2007, a member of the governing board. I wanted to ensure that you have been brought to your attention a letter that was submitted to you by our neighborhood council. It is uncertain whether or not our vice president will be able to speak when this agenda item is called. In contrast to what the last speaker just said, I have to say I've been to many different commissions in this city, and I've been extremely impressed by this commission and your due diligence. I don't agree at all with what was just said. And on that point, I will bring up that there's been tremendous opposition to the application for this location. Not only is it near 3 major churches, but there's also Children's Hospital, Hollywood Presbyterian, and Kaiser Permanente, all within 2 blocks. So I hope that you will take into account the police opposition and our neighborhood council's opposition and our community's opposition and deny this application.
Thank you. Your time
Thank you
is
very
up.
much.
Edgar, no last name?
Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Edgar Torres for item 4 and public comment.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am here in representation of social equity operators throughout the greater county, throughout the greater state. As we have seen today on this platform that you guys so generously provide us, there is a problem with the system. We've heard now from operators, both brick and mortar, delivery. We've now also heard from just residents stating the different problems and their multi-threaded effects that they have on these operators. We see firsthand by working with these operators what the system entails for them as far as overhead costs, as far as burdens to their opportunities to succeed. This system was made to make sure that they could succeed in a market that is regulated, because they are the example that we currently and collectively can work together, can have a system that not only taxes, but also encourages and takes care of its own people. So I urge you, we need reform. The money's coming in, stop and look inward. Take into account what these different levels of society are telling you is wrong and fix it. All we ask is that you provide an avenue for success for these operators to be able to provide for their families, provide for the city's well-being as well, and help clean up these streets. We have so many illegal operators, it is daunting. I want to leave the last 10 seconds of this time in silence, commemorating all the operators that didn't make it through the social equity system. Let there not
Your
be more.
time is up. Thank you.
Ms. Treviso, any more callers in the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 3027. Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, I'm calling regarding general comment, agenda item 12, regarding the
have 2
proposed
minutes.
dispensary.
And please state your name.
Okay. Okay, at 1700. My name is Karen Singer, a resident since 1998. I live just half a block from the location of this proposed dispensary. My neighbors and I strongly oppose a dispensary in this residential family, child child-friendly neighborhood. The proximity to the recreation center, dog park, grassy knoll, picnic area, and meadow, all family, child-friendly areas, make it totally inappropriate for a cannabis dispensary here. In addition, businesses with a big cash intake encourage more crime. We don't need that. I urge you not to grant a license to this collective with a derogatory name like Big Chief, which does discredit to Native Americans, really. With that lack of respect, what can the community expect from such a collective? So this group can find another location. This is not the place. We urge you not to grant a license to these people. Thank you very much.
We have no more internal speaker cards. Are there any more callers on the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 6760, please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Yes, I'd like to speak on 1, 3, and 4.
Okay, please state your name.
My name is Kika Keith. I'm the owner of Gorilla RX Wellness, a social equity retail licensee.
You have
Who
3
has endured
minutes.
7 years. Okay. I've endured 7 years of delays. I know you've heard it over and over again. We have experienced deception, economic devastation under the Department of Cannabis Regulation. The DCR has proven itself to be incompetent, negligent, and now, thanks to the state auditor and grand jury report, corrupt. And yet, the commission is sat by in silence. Did you guys read the reports that I emailed? Because I emailed them to you all. Enough is enough. If you're not willing to hold the DCR accountable, then you're complicit in its harm. You were appointed to protect the integrity of the industry and especially this program, and instead you've enabled the department that has mismanaged millions and destroyed lives. We are demanding immediate action, a call for an independent investigation, suspend the DCR leadership, and recommend a restructuring of the department. If you can't do that, then step down because social equity operators are dying while you wait. 7 years. Did you read the budget? Please read it. You should be outraged that $10 million from the city's general fund is being used to bail out the Department of Cannabis Regulation for supplanting after they misuse state grant funds meant to support businesses like mine. The DCR has 53 employees, and they still can't respond to emails, process grants, or meet licensing deadlines. Now they want to balance their budget on our backs and raise cannabis industry fees by 137%. That's what they're going to present today. Ask questions. Why? They don't need to hire more staff. If they can't handle the staff that they have and they can't do the work, they should not be in place. This is not equity. It is incompetence. We demand a moratorium on new social equity licenses. They're asking for more fees and more licensing costs to bring in more equity applicants. You've heard our story year after year. The DCR needs to be restructured under the department that can actually understand the equity and economic development. And we also demand today, make our voices be heard, block the DCR's fee study and the requested fee hike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Treviso, any more callers in the queue?
There are no raised hands.
We have no more speaker cards, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment at this time. Item number 2, elected office, neighborhood council, and other public entity presentations. This is a reminder that any representatives of neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. Item number 3, commission business. Commissioners, you were given an advance calendar, should be in front of you, and it has our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences from any of the commissioners. Hearing no planned absences, we will move on to the approval of the minutes. We were sent the minutes of April 3rd, 2025 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Vice President Nash makes a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting for Thursday, April 3rd, 2025.
Do I have a second?
Ms. Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements and updates? Hearing none, moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? That's for commissioners only.
Yes, please, Commissioner, somebody.
That's warning number 1. That's warning number 2. Please, disruption. Please remove. Thank you.
Will you not? Will you not? Will you not? Will you not request one agenda item to address social equity? All three of you? Nobody? Commissioner Mason, you won't put on the agenda to address social equity? You won't do it? Commissioner Mario Melendez, will you please, I'm begging you as a community member, will you ask with your power to put forward a recommendation for an agenda item to address social equity? Would you? And I'll read.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Can we put just on the agenda, just some kind of paperwork to be able to address some of the concerns that some of the applicants here and some of the people that have their licenses, for us to be able to, as a committee, be able to just understand a little more what's happening, because there's such a backlash, and I feel for them, being a former business owner in the liquor community. Is there any way we can do that?
Are there specific areas?
I believe just to see what the trail of taxation, where it comes.
Taxation is on the next meeting agenda.
Yes. So I guess we could resolve a lot of it then.
It's on the next meeting agenda. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. While we're adding things, I'd like to get an update on the task force that has been mentioned to confront the illegal dispensaries.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada, and I'm gonna say right from the bat, I'm not sure where we left off when that disruption occurred from Mr. Shockley, but we
were on request for a future
Yes,
agenda.
We were?
Commission
Yes.
business.
Okay, just making sure we're tidy. Thank you so much.
We are in compliance with the Brown Act. Any other requests, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Melendez once again. I requested months ago to get some information on the special permit for events, and I yet to receive anything based on that request from months ago.
That will be included in the department report today under item 4 on the agenda.
Thank you.
Any other requests? Thank you. We're closing this item and moving on to item 4, report from Ms. Executive Director. Assistant Director Colleen, is there a report?
Yes, Madam President, there is. Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. A few updates. To date, the department has transitioned over 700 local businesses from provisional licensure to annual licensure, and notices of exemption for those businesses have been filed. That covers over 1,000 different activities at the local level. DCR and the Department of Cannabis Control continue to work hand in hand to ensure that applicants are able to transition their state provisional licensures to annual licensure as soon as they comply with the local requirements. This body did, of course, consider over 300 different retail storefront applications over the last 12 months. So we thank this commission for all of your hard work. DCR staff have processed over 400 different non-retail applications since December of last year. Tying into that and what we'll provide, I guess, at a later date,
I'm so sorry for the interruption, Mr. Clean, but we just received word that another commissioner is here in attendance, and so that he's able to hear your full presentation. Would you mind if we just took a second of a break so he can come in?
not a problem.
Thank you so much.
The time is 3:09 PM and Commissioner Fernby has joined the meeting. Welcome. You may continue.
The department.
Start from the top, please. Sorry.
I'll do my best. Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. I would like to start the presentation with acknowledging all of the hard work of the commission and DCR staff. Over the last 12 months, over 700 businesses have had their local temporary approval, which is the local equivalent to a provisional license, converted to annual licenses to help them transition to state annual licenses before the expiration of their state provisional license. This body considered over 300 different retail storefront cases over the last 12 months. So I want to thank this commission for all of your hard work. I also want to recognize all of DCR's hard work and the staff that have processed over 400 different applications for non-retail activities over the last 4 months. Over 700 of those cases were processed before the LJAG, the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant deadline of March 31st, 2025, which was the performance period. There has been discussion about DCR may need a general fund appropriation if the state were to disallow certain costs that were expended under the grant program. All of the funds were used in support of the transition of local applicants transitioning from provisional to annual licensure. Some of the nuanced questions come from a state auditor report. The state auditor identified jurisdictions that were having trouble transitioning folks from provisional licensure to annual licensure. As part of that conversation and interviews with auditors, the state identified that they had concerns about how DCR and the city of Los Angeles may expend grant funds. Separately, the city of Los Angeles said we experienced delays in expending grant funds due to the state considering an amendment report. From a bureaucratic perspective, you have two different differences on how the grant was, to be implemented and what was eligible. At the end of the day, the intent of the grant was transition folks from provisional licensure to annual licensure, which was accomplished by the state's deadline. And we continue to work with the Department of Cannabis Control as our partners to help transition folks. The usage of the funds was tied to activities that were not part of the department's 2020 fee study. There were city attorney personnel that were added to support the transition of the environmental review process. There were additional documents that the state required. Our original LIC 4013 form, which is our environmental review form, was tailored for the city of Los Angeles. So stream bed alterations, using groundwater, discharge into groundwater are not concerns that the city had for existing operators. Therefore, our original forms did not include that information. However, working with partnership with the Department of Cannabis Control, they said that they have to review based on their standards, which are statewide standards that do include the Department of Fish and Wildlife, stream bed alterations, et cetera. So our 2-page form went to a 24-page form. And in the fall of 2023, we required all of our licensees to submit those documents to us. And those fees were not assessed at the rate DCR could have charged because we thought the grant was going to cover the cost. Again, we have submitted for grant reimbursement or usage of those funds, but we don't know if the state is going to approve it. The state has not asked us to return any of those monies yet. There is not a $10 million general fund appropriation included in the department's budget. We have, basically the grant reporting period ends June 30th, which is the end of this fiscal year. So if there is a need to return any grant funds, that would happen in the next fiscal year. So DCR is reporting what may happen next year, and that has come up as part of the conversation for the budget, but there is not a $10 million appropriation. If there was any appropriation, it would be a separate council action. The legislative update is based on the fee study, which some speakers have said our mandate is to be full cost recovery. That is a component of our fiscal year 25-26 budget. The need to increase the fees from what they were set at 2020 is because of salary increases, the expansion of the DCR personnel from the department that was, existed back in 2020, and the additional services we're receiving from other city departments. Those are all included in the mayor's proposed budget at current staffing levels. Therefore, there is a corresponding fee study to be adopted in parallel with the budget to make sure that the fees are set at a level to make sure that all expenditures are covered. The department is a full cost recovery department. We are not subsidized by the general fund for any of our operating costs. When you look at this mayor's proposed budget, especially for like a Department of City Planning, who does have general fund subsidies for their fees, that department is getting a reduction of over 150 positions and $15 million in funding because their special funds are also subsidized by the general fund. So if you are a general fund department or your special fund is subsidized by the general fund, there are operational reductions that are included in the proposed budget for next year. The only reason that DCR's proposed budget does not have any of those reductions is because we are currently set at full cost recovery, and we have transmitted the necessary fee study to ensure that we remain at full cost recovery for next year. If the mayor and council were not to adopt that fee study, there would be a general fund impact. As the acting executive director for this department, I would lobby that our department do not take any of those cuts and that those general fund obligations be pushed onto other departments that are supported by our fund. But ultimately, the budget was just transmitted to the city council for consideration on April 21st. The Budget and Finance Committee has started to convene meetings. They did 2 days of public hearings, and they started the formal budget process just earlier this week. We will be before the Budget and Finance Committee tomorrow. And then, of course, the committee will consider a bunch of other departments before they come back to do an update on what the chief legislative analyst considers to be a rack-up, where they look at all of the different report backs and requests for additional funding that were not included in the budget, and they try to identify additional funding sources. Within our department, we had one vacant administrative clerk position that was allocated to support the DCR complaint portal. That work does not rise to the level of being a full-time employee. Therefore, that work was conducted on an as-needed basis by an as-needed administrative clerk. So the deletion of that position has no operational impact on the department. Where we will see an operational impact is the general funds that were provided to support routing complaints to LAPD for follow-up when they're not associated with one of our applicants or licensees. That work would cease. But other city departments, of course, do have access to that data, and they could go in and pull the data themselves. And then that will be the purview of those general managers to decide if that is something worthwhile for their limited funding. We did get a new systems analyst position. That position is fully special funded. That position will support multiple IT projects. Several of the IT projects have been years in the works because we only have one IT position. We recently implemented the e-payment processing interface, which is a joint DCR Office of Finance IT project, whereby new applications, whether they're legal business entity records, pre-applications, or annual license applications, on a nightly basis, those invoices get transmitted to the LA tax system and converted into e-bills. So folks have the opportunity to pay those specific fees online now. So that was an expansion. We are working on several interfaces to push and pull information with other IT agencies and regulatory agencies to automate some of the processes and the transmission of information. That, of course, necessitates a dedicated IT person. Ultimately, that person will make the department more efficient. And it, again, was included in the mayor's proposed budget. We did not receive any general fund funding for the social equity program, business licensing and compliance assistance program. However, Dr. Brown and the admin team and the social equity team were successful in getting a $3.5 million grant from the governor's office for the Cannabis Equity Grant 2025 year. 3.1 of the 3.5 million is going to be used for fee waivers. Those monies will help mitigate the impact of the increases for social equity applicants. And for the first time, we got approval to use some of those grant fee waivers to offset the cost of renewals, which means that some of those renewal fees that applicants and licensees had raised as being a concern, we could use grant funding to cover going into next year. So again, I do applaud Dr. Brown, her team, and the admin team for ensuring that we got the maximum amount of grant funding we could get. And those grant dollars will go to mitigate any of the fee increases for bona fide social equity applicants. 350,000 of the grant funds will be used for business licensing and compliance assistance. Those are the contractors that do one-on-one coaching, low bono, pro bono services. They also provide information for via webinars and content for our learning management system. Only 1% of the CEG funds go to cover administrative related costs. That's approximately $35,000, which goes to cover different grant related activities, reporting, and necessary activities that roll into the expenditure of those funds and activities that our special fund would not be able to cover. With that, I will pause and see if there are any questions before moving on.
Commissioner Farney. Jason, I had a clarification question regarding the grant, the 3.5 million regarding the renewal. I heard you speak about a certain amount of money that can be used for the waivers. Is there a certain amount that can be used for the actual renewal fees?
There's not a dedicated dollar amount. The bucket of money, 89% of the 3.5 million can be used for fee waivers. What we've done is we've balanced the usage of the current 2020 cannabis equity grant monies because that grant period will end in October. So the plan is any of those monies that are left unexpended when our renewal process opens in September of this year, we will look to first apply to new records coming in, and then we will use CEG monies to then start to provide renewals. The renewal period hopefully will just run from September through the end of November. And then once we've identified how much money has been spent in fee waivers for renewals, then of course, we will go back to using those fee monies to waive incoming application related fees for social equity applicants. We do have in our budget the plan to open up a lottery in December to exhaust the less than 200 remaining application spots we can accept for the type 10 application from social equity applicants. And then of course, we've always used those grant monies to help provide the application fee waivers to reduce the barrier of entry for our social equity folks that are trying to get in the door. There are certain fees that, the state considers to be a pre-application related fee. One of them is the actual social equity individual applicant verification fee. The next is the land use review that we do at the beginning of the process. Because they happen before a formal application is before us, the state has advised that we shouldn't be using grant funds on those particular activities, but we can use them on the application fees and the renewal fees.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez, Jason. Now, with all this grant money and all these things happening, is there
anywhere where there would be an increase in the budget to be able to increase the police task force to be able to crack down on illegal dispensaries?
That would require a general fund appropriation. And it would also require the cooperation of the chief of police. At the end of the day, the chief of police has the discretion to deploy the officers on an as-needed basis based on the demands of each of the different geographies that they're responsible for. To date, they have done their best to utilize the overtime monies to do investigations of locations where not only is there unlicensed cannabis activity, but there are also other criminal activities going on at the location. Part 1 crimes, human trafficking, the sale of fentanyl, cocaine, etc. Generally, they utilize their limited resources based on what's happening at those community police stations. And in some areas of the city, they do have the resources to go after unlicensed businesses with more aggression. And in other areas of the city, of course, they're dealing with Part 1 crimes, they're dealing with property crimes, they're dealing with other things where they just don't have the bandwidth to do that. From a budgetary perspective, there's two competing issues going on. One is if the mayor and council were to give LAPD approximately, just hypothetically, $5 million in additional overtime money for this. One, they would have to make a corresponding cut somewhere else because that money has not been allocated in the proposed budget. And then two, from a revenue perspective, to offset that, if they don't cut another department, they would have to bring in an additional $50 million into the regulated cannabis pool to basically create a $5 million increase in the tax revenue. And as I've mentioned here before, we do have a number of cannabis businesses that have fallen behind on the taxes that are due to the city. They're currently over $300 million behind on those tax payments. There are approximately 100 businesses that owe over $1 million each in those tax monies. 200-ish million of that large number is associated with 100 businesses. And as part of our report back in the legislative component of this item, we are going to be recommending a change to the definition of good standing to set up a tiered structure to allow for the folks that are not in good standing currently to basically kind of walk back into good standing. But there are budgetary implications to, appropriating new monies. Where is that money going to come from? Are you cutting other departments to generate that general fund savings to fund it? Are you bringing in new revenues to fund it? How is it going to be funded? And then there's the other reality where you have tax money that's not coming in from the industry that's supposed to be coming in from the industry. How do you tackle that? And then the third piece is, of course, the policy piece, which is, part of why the social equity program was created is there were enforcement actions that were taken against people who sold cannabis, consumed cannabis, et cetera. And there was a lot of public pushback on this concept of the war on drugs and how we penalize people. So if the city were to say folks that were penalized previously for this activity is getting priority processing to pursue a commercial cannabis license, now we want to crack down on additional people who are engaged in a similar activity now that it's lawful. So there's kind of that political spin that could go either way on, do you want to be pro-enforcement? Do you want to have a war on drugs 2.0? But the underlying question doesn't even get there because how do you fund it? Where do you get the money?
This is Vice President Ash. You indicated that the fees are going up. Can you elaborate a little bit on how much they're going up, and are they going up across the board or only for specific items?
Most of the fees are going up across the board. There are very few fees that are actually going down because of some of the overall efficiencies that have been implemented. There have been significant increases to the department staff, city attorney staff, Office of Finance staff that are supporting the regulated cannabis industry in LA. There has been salary increases over the last 5 years. There are also projected salary increases over the next several years. So I can put on the agenda, and I believe it's going to be scheduled for the next meeting, the actual fee study report where I can present the report and we can walk through the different tables to show the percentages and talk to it in more detail if you'd like.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. I have a couple of questions. So the grant dollars that are being received, will they completely eliminate any renewal fees with the waivers?
It will not completely eliminate all renewal fees.
Okay, then do we know how many social equity applicants will be beneficiaries of the fee waivers, and then by what percentage will their fees be reduced?
We can put something together for the next meeting.
Okay,
The waivers are generally done as 100% of the fee as the request for service comes in. When on a first come, first served basis, that ensures that we can immediately begin working on the records. And the governor's office has been, very supportive of cannabis equity in California. We have received this grant in different iterations over the last several years consecutively. So what we try to do, because the grant performance period runs for more than 12 months, is there's overlapping terms. So generally, like this year, we'll begin to get money for 2025, hopefully in May or June. And we'll also be expending the remaining funds from calendar year 2024, and those funds have to be expended by October 31st. One of the things the state implemented with the 2024 CEG grant was they don't provide all of the funding upfront anymore. They provide it in quarterly tranches. So you get the first tranche of money up front. Once you've expended that money, you submit your receipts to the grant, for the grant to the state. They review the receipts. Once they've reviewed and approved those transactions, they release the next tranche of money. You get the money, you expend it, you provide the receipts, they review it, and they provide the third tranche. When you get to the fourth tranche, that's done on a reimbursement basis. So we as a city have to incur the cost, then submit the receipts, and then wait for the check to come back to reimburse us. And so that's how the 24 and the 25 grant are going to work. Depending on how the overlaps work, we'll look to make sure that we fully utilize those monies. And, as we've told you in the past, the state has always been allowing us to do amendments. So if we have to shift something between one program year and another, at a minimum, they've been open to considering those changes and providing us feedback on them. So I do thank them for their support.
So here's where I struggle with some of what you've said. The fee waiver will be administered on a first come, first served basis. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
So that means that some of the social equity applicants on the back end of first come, first serve may not be recipients of any fee waivers. Is that correct?
It may be correct if we don't continue to get additional grant funds in the future.
Okay, I'm talking about this particular grant cycle. Something sounds off in terms of it being just and equitable with a first come, first served basis.
So in our 2022 grant year, we attempted to allocate funds via a voucher program where we equally distributed the CEG grant funds in equal denominations to each of the eligible applicants. Some of those monies were never expended, and they had the voucher kind of living on their record to be billed against, and they weren't ready to move forward to the next step in the application process. CEG said that, one, that's not a best practice because they want to demonstrate to the state legislature and the governor that those funds are actually being utilized for the purpose. So they have asked us not to do vouchers on a go-forward basis. We do not provide direct financial assistance utilizing these grant funds. As we've kind of discussed, there are a number of businesses that are not in good standing. It is the city's policy that if a business is delinquent on their taxes, that there is a hold placed in our financial management system that prevents people from getting a check from the city. And it became extremely difficult for us to distribute direct financial assistance through the 2023 CEG, so much so that we had to get approval from the controller to override the system, approval from Office of Finance to remove people from the do not pay list, to then do an amendment with the state grantor to switch funding between the 2024 and the 2023 just to do the prorated disbursements. So we are no longer in the business of issuing direct financial assistance. And if we are put in a position where we would do direct financial assistance, businesses will have to be in good standing in order to receive any payments, and that will significantly reduce the pool of people who could benefit from those monies.
Aren't we in a different tax situation in 2025 than we were in 2022? Aren't we in a different fee situation in 2025 than we were in 2022?
No, we're talking that we have grown to have approximately 700 businesses that are currently not in good standing.
So that is different than in 2022, though.
Yes, it is. It means there's fewer businesses that would be eligible to receive direct financial assistance. That's why Dr. Brown and her team spent months with the controller in finance trying to do the pro rata disbursements. And, you know, the folks that have come to say that they waited months to get their pro rata disbursements are on the do not pay list. And we had to get an exemption from city policy to get checks released. And in order to facilitate getting those checks released, we did have to work with the governor's office to move money between grant programs to facilitate that.
I'm taking all of this in. Are there any alternatives out there that exist in lieu of first come, first serve for the fee waivers?
As a policy discussion, we had previously got an instruction from the mayor and city council to allocate state grant funds for certain subgroups of social equity folks. Whether it's the phase 3 retail round 2 applicants that had the ability to submit their application that were selected through the lottery. If the funds were to be distributed like that for the phase 3 retail round 3 lottery this December, there's no guarantee that we would be able to expend all of those funds for that group because it will depend on how quickly they submit the applications. You know, looking at folks that have a retail storefront, folks that are cultivators, you know, they can slice and dice it different ways. But ultimately it comes down to a policy approach about what you're trying to do. And then we would have to analyze that subgroup to see how much of the funds could be utilized.
What subgroup was identified?
We've had subgroups identified, phase 3 retail round 2, which is type 10. We've had the phase 3 retail round 1's type 10. There was a program adopted to waive fees for folks that were not part of the first 100 that were added when council expanded it to 200 people. that gave them the opportunity to modify the application, allow them to submit a basically refile one time without incurring an additional fee. There have been programs dedicated to the type 9, which is the non-storefront delivery.
I don't have any more questions at this time. You may continue, but I may be back.
Thank you. So, I mean, the budget process is a really complicated process. When we started working on today's agenda, I was going to do an exercise like we've done for our staff where, you know, we put them in the seat of the policymakers and we say, this is the budget. You know, we have this many crayons and, you know, you can move the crayons however you want, but there are only so many crayons that can be allocated. You know, what are you going to do with them? And, you know, once I saw the budget and the impact of the position reductions, the proposed layoffs, and the service cuts that were there, I thought that would be you know, not in good taste. But we did review the budget. You know, we do believe that the general fund monies that have been put towards the business licensing and compliance assistance programming that Dr. Brown runs has been tremendously helpful for getting social equity applicants up and running. And our program would not be where it is without not only the local funds, but also the state grant funds. So we are disappointed that we did not get any general fund money for next year. We will ask for money for the next fiscal year when we submit our budget request in November. But we understand how hard it is on the city this year. You know, again, kudos to Dr. Brown and her team. We will have $350K for business licensing and compliance assistance through that CEG grant fund. A lot of what you hear in this committee is what people want to expend general fund monies on. I do want to remind this body that the benefits for the social equity program that are articulated in the municipal code, the city provides priority processing, and there are certain things that are exclusive to social equity applicants through the end of the year, which are the type 10 retail storefront and cultivation. We provide fee deferrals to the extent that funds are available. We provide the financial assistance, which has been provided to date from the cannabis equity grant monies. And we administer a business licensing and compliance assistance program. Those are the four things that the department gets to administer for our social equity program. The concepts of rental assistance, for tax amnesties, for identifying locations where people could co-locate and basically incubate and grow their businesses and learn on the job. Those are all outside of the department's purview. They have never been adopted by the city, nor have they ever been funded. That would take significant general fund monies to do. And I do understand that there are stakeholders that have asked for the cannabis tax revenues to be reinvested to help the industry grow and flourish. But at the same time, it also puts the policymakers in a difficult position when we're not collecting the taxes that are budgeted and anticipated for, because there are certain businesses out there that aren't remitting the taxes. And, you know, again, we don't want to collapse the local industry. We do want to hold people accountable for remitting the taxes, but where is that balance going to be? And that's going to be stuff that's taken up in the Government Operations Committee over the next couple of weeks. The other things that we have on the agenda to discuss are the proposed legislation for the cannabis special events. So Commissioner Melendez, we are waiting for City Council to consider the motion. We've been working on a report. So within a couple of weeks of them adopting the motion and officially asking us to report back, we will be in a position to transmit the report. It will discuss setting up our special event process, just like any other business in the city. Other than DCR reviewing to ensure that the retailers that participate in the events are actually licensed to engage in that activity, we are trying to minimize DCR's role So they're treated just like any other business. For on-site consumption, that's going to be a larger regulatory discussion. We are proposing just one license type. And then for the usage of that license to be governed by the rules and regulations, which gives the city more flexibility to amend it, either to be more restrictive or less restrictive. But there are definitely differences between a consumption lounge where people are consuming prepackaged goods, consumption lounges where people are inhaling cannabis smoke, and then, of course, consumption lounges where cannabis is being infused into food products. All of those are things where people are ingesting something. They will require a public health permit. We would be proposing that folks that have gotten their public health permits be given priority to look to add on to that item first, because they would be the ones to be able to utilize that license first. But I would not be recommending any shortcuts to licensure that don't include a public health permit. I mean, just like a pizzeria wouldn't be able to open their doors and start selling pizza without that public health permit, we don't want to be encouraging people to go and consume products at a location unless they've met some of those health regulations. And again, those are just the department's initial proposals based on what we've seen from other regulators, and then that will be moving through a legislative process. We did do an update on our rules and regulations. There are a number of changes, and at next meeting, I will go into depth about many of the regulations, but some of the things we've talked about in this committee in terms of things being major violations, minor violations, those were revised and updated. We did remove the prohibition on outdoor speakers and the prohibition on folks being able to have an event at their location, provided they do get whatever permits are necessary. They could have a DJ. They could have non-cannabis infused foods, hot dogs, music. They can celebrate a grand opening of 420 event. They just need to make sure that they do it respectfully and they aren't a nuisance to their neighbors. Of course, if nuisance complaints come in, the city has a number of departments that would be dealing with it. And if those departments are determined that they did pose a nuisance and findings can be made, we still have the ability to hold the business accountable under a different section of the rules and regulations. That did get implemented before 420 of this year. It was just a soft, quiet launch, but on a go-forward basis, there are certain things that a number of businesses did, either posting on social media or other things, that we are no longer considering prohibitions. And with that, I know we have a number of cases that are still waiting to be heard, and I will be giving a longer, more in-depth executive report at the next meeting on a number of those policies. So if you have any questions or would like additional information in the next meeting, please let me know.
Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Vice President Nash. You mentioned the Government Operations Committee. Is that a committee of the City Council?
Yes, sir.
And is the department going to have any involvement in what may or may not happen to the 700 businesses that are currently not in good standing in terms of taxes?
DCR will be transmitting a report this month for council consideration, recommending an amendment to the definition of good standing. That will change it from a zero tolerance policy, which it currently is, to allow for it to be a tiered structure to try to get more businesses to come back into good standing. And I will be happy to discuss that at the 5:15 meeting.
Would the department or some other component of the city be responsible for analyzing how and why these businesses became delinquent in their taxes? And, I'm especially concerned about the 100 or so dispensaries that owe more than $1 million. And did I say 100? If I said 100 million, I meant 1 million. And in particular, I'm concerned about whether these businesses are just simply choosing not to pay their taxes and put more money in their pockets, or if the sales and receipts are such that they can't pay their expenses, and that's why they're not paying their taxes.
So for the first question, DCR is the regulatory agency. So if we're notified that a business is delinquent on their taxes, that may be grounds to deny the application or a renewal application. The Office of Finance is actually the tax collection arm for the city. Businesses remit their taxes to the Office of Finance. I believe Office of Finance will be providing a breakdown as part of the budget process. They have noticed a number of trends. Some of the trends are businesses fall behind because they're cash strapped. So they're basically in a perpetual loop where they're behind, they catch up, they're behind, they catch up. But they never fall that far behind and they catch up. So they're not delinquent for a prolonged period of time. There are other businesses that about 82% of the businesses that are delinquent for 2 or more years never come back into compliance. Basically, they cease paying taxes and they run the clock until they no longer have a license. DWP has seen the same things with electrical usage and their utility bills. There are folks that will fall out of compliance, get into a payment plan, come back into compliance, fall out of compliance, come back into compliance because they're trying to cash flow things or they're looking to divest equity or they're looking for investors. So there's not a one size fits all, but Office of Finance is best positioned to respond to those more nuanced questions because their auditors are the ones that are going in and looking at the book, determining what's being remitted, what's being collected, and they are actually interacting with the operators about why they're doing certain things.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Molinas to piggyback a little bit on what Vice President Nash was speaking about. From what I'm gathering, there's money allotted from a lot of grants that go toward bringing in new applicants and helping them through the process. Is there any money that can be allotted toward the people that are already gone through the process? I mean, from what we're hearing, a lot of people are struggling, but it seems like we're focusing a lot of money on bringing new people in where the people that are already there are suffering. So is there money that can be allotted to help the people that are suffering, or whether it's a class, bringing in some tax people, figuring out a way for everybody to navigate the tax situation versus constantly bringing new people in and spending that money on all the new applicants?
Yeah, it's a mix. So this is a great question. With the local jurisdiction assistance grants, that was one-time funding provided by the Department of Cannabis Control. And of course, the intent of those monies were to transition people into annual licensure. So the usage of those funds went towards community meetings, public notice, the environmental costs, the environmental consultants that were preparing the notices of exemption that got filed, those filing fees. That benefited all licensees who had a state provisional license. The cannabis equity grant, a lot of those monies to date have been used for application fee waivers. Dr. Brown has administered 2 different seed disbursement programs that provided direct financial assistance. And she was able to get the state to agree to allow us to use CEG fee waiver money on renewal fees, which of course will help benefit folks that are existing operators. And, that was approved for the first time as part of the 2025 grant year. So, we do try to parse out those grant monies to help new businesses that are coming in, to help our existing operators transition to the next level. And then for the folks that do have those annual licenses, we will be able to help with some of those renewal fees going into next renewal cycle.
But this Commissioner Moniz again, but there's no money because it seems like most of the money is going toward administrative costs. So is there a way to add, which would be adding to the cost, but some way to help mentor some of the applicants that are behind into a situation where they can negotiate something with the state and the city to be able to figure out a way to get through their tax situation.
Yeah, so Dr. Brown has two different programs that would assist with that. One of her vendors recently did a webinar on tax compliance, the tax system, how to make sure that you've got it set up so that you're recording the transactions and setting aside the monies and what best business practices are. And I believe that module is available in our learning management system for folks that did not attend that webinar. Separately, she has coaches who are available for one-on-one coaching based on different interdisciplinary areas. So if somebody needs coaching directly on taxes or they've fallen out of good standing, they could request a coach that specializes in that subject matter expertise. And then, of course, the low bono pro bono program has been underutilized. And, to the extent that you have tax issues, talking with a lawyer that specializes in tax related issues, both at the local and state level, would be something that you may look into through our partnership with LACBA, the Los Angeles County Bar Association.
Thank you.
This is President Mason. I have a question that I don't think has come up in the past in terms of how this industry operates. Are these businesses able to purchase business insurance against losses or errors and omissions insurance?
I do not know about those two insurance those policies. We do not have any insurance requirements as part of our regulatory structure.
I see. And I asked that question because if they are not, I'm just focused on Vice President Nash's question about why people aren't paying taxes. I do know that there's been some embezzlement with some of the businesses. I do know that there's been some theft with some of the businesses. So if they don't have traditional insurance to cover that, then that means their sales, their future revenue has to go to resupplying for future sales versus taxes. If there's no errors and omissions insurance against embezzlement, again, future sales money has to go towards meeting operating costs, resupplying the business before they can pay any taxes. So those are the type of things that could potentially be happening that we don't discuss in this space because we're focused on policy. But I believe there's some operational issues that are there that, absent any type of formal insurance that other federally legal businesses can employ, would handicap these businesses from meeting their tax compliance. In terms of the webinars on tax compliance and the coaching that's available, I think that the department has done a really great job of building out a lot of support, educational support and empowerment that the businesses would benefit from, but we've built it, but we've heard time and time again that many don't come. And we hear that they use the pro bono to a certain extent, or they've used the seed grant money, but we hear very little testimonial about sitting in the conversation, sitting in on the webinars, participating on the coaching that's available. So I'm wondering, when does the city stop spending money on empowering and supporting supportive programs that aren't being utilized or are severely underutilized? And when does that funding get redirected towards something that is meaningful and speaks to the social, empowers the social justice program to be just exactly that?
And I think that is an amazing question. I want to remind this commission that the social equity program is not a restorative justice, reparations, economic development program. It is a regulatory program where folks that have been verified to participate get priority processing and access to, business licensing and compliance assistance, which includes the webinars, the learning management system, the low bono pro bono program. And, Dr. Brown and her team do review the usage of those funds, and they see more people participating in the webinars and thanking the social equity team for the coaching, for the webinars. And those monies go a longer way because you can help 30 or 40 people coming in and doing the webinar. You can record that webinar and you can upload it into the learning management system. We can begin to start leveraging the learning management system, which we'll be doing for renewals and compliance related things, where we track whether or not the businesses are taking these mandatory training programs. So you don't have situations where people come to this body and say, oh, I signed this document, but I didn't know what I was signing. I just signed it to get my license. We're actually requiring them to go through and watch the videos, watch the training, so that they do understand what they're signing up for. So we do track usage, we do track expenditures, and we do see a benefit from the one-on-one coaching, the webinars. The webinars that are put on by the department, of course, are funded through the fees. So, whether it's a webinar on the renewal process or the environmental review process, that's not coming out of any of those general fund or grant fund appropriations. The pro bono services, there are caveats of money that get put into that. A lot of general fund dollars were put into that program. Without having a general fund appropriation, of course, none of those programs are going to get additional funding for next year. And we do have to be responsive to the governor's office and how those grant funds get utilized to demonstrate that it is having a benefit. And I will make sure that we get that on the agenda for a future meeting. We will be presenting one of Dr. Brown's reports before the GO committee. There is a number of those metrics and statistics included in that report that I can ask her to present to this body so that you can see the benefits that people are getting.
Thank you, Jason. You said something that I'm 1,000% certain explains why the city and this department and sometimes this commission is at odds with the social equity community. You just said that this is not a restorative justice program. That is not the promise. That is not the purpose that was handed to social equity applicants when they bought into this program. And we're here now at this moment in time because the city has deviated from this being a restorative justice program to it being a policy program. Do we bridge that gap, or do we continue to regulate and just ignore the original promises that were made? That's the question. That's the moral question. That's the ethical question. I'm going to leave it there.
The department administers the municipal code as adopted by the city's policymakers.
I don't point fingers out at the department, but someone within the sound of my ears understands what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's the department's fault solely. I'm not saying that, and I'll stop there. So thank you for your updates. And
My pleasure.
I do appreciate adding Commissioner Melendez's request for an update on special events to this agenda, and would request that it remain a standing item until such time that he believes he's been fully informed and the issue has been exhausted.
Wonderful. And When we have Dr. Brown present at the next meeting, something you said, Commissioner Melendez, which was basically the use of grant funds for administrative costs. Um, from the grant jargon perspective, like administrative costs would be folks filing the grant related reports, et cetera. When we do fee waivers, that falls under the direct financial assistance. And is for regulatory costs or licensing related costs. So I do want to just make sure we're clear that when I say like we only use 1% of the grant for administrative costs, that's the accounting that goes into it, the bookkeeping, the reports that get transmitted to the grantor explaining the usage of the funds, the reconciliation of the funds, not the fee waiver monies and any of the regulatory fees that are waived using those. It falls into a different grant bucket.
Another question for you, Jason, Commissioner. So as a commission, how many licenses have we granted in the short time that we've been granting licenses?
Give me 1 minute and I'll check my computer. I know it's over 300. 310 retail licenses have been approved by this body since you began considering annual license applications in April of last year.
And another quick question, out of those 310 licenses that we granted, how many of those licenses would be right now in bad standing just fiscally?
Can I get back to you on that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I will include that in the executive director report on the May 15th meeting. I'll provide the Office of Finance with a list of the businesses that have received or been granted a retail annual license from this body. And then they can cross-reference it against the LA tax reports to identify how many of those businesses are in good standing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now I'm confused because there's 300 million outstanding. I was doing a little math earlier, and it was said that the 300 million in outstanding taxes is across 700 businesses, because I came up with an average of 428,500 per business, but yet we've only granted 310 licenses. So who are the other 390 businesses?
Those are non-retail businesses. Your phase 2 applicants, folks that have applied for the non-storefront delivery, any of the activities that don't require this commission's approval to grant the annual licenses fall into that other bucket.
Thank you.
The pivot table that was put together for city council, there are 239 businesses that owe less than 10,000 each. There are, as of December of last year, 132 businesses that owed between 10,000 and 50,000. 60 businesses that owned between 50,000 and 99,000. 81 businesses that owed between 100,000 and 250,000. 78 businesses that owed between 250,000 and 500,000. And then the 123 that owe over 500,000, of which there were 79 businesses that owed over $1 million.
Okay, last comment for me, I promise. I'm scribbling and thinking. So we cannot, per the CEG, do vouchers because of what didn't work in 2022. We can't provide direct financial assistance. The plan is to apply funding to fee waivers on a first come, first served basis. Is there room to consider providing assistance up to a certain dollar limit so as to allow those at the end of the line to still get something? Just a thought.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
I mean, somewhere in the middle, there has to be an answer. That's the point of that question.
Yeah, there are ways to do grant amendments, subject to the approval of city council and of course the grantor. The biggest concern for us as a department right now is the definition of good standing and how many, businesses on the face are, not aligned with that regulatory requirement and could be subject to denial. That of course is a larger policy discussion that will go through the city council over the next couple of months, and it has a direct tie into the city's overall budget process. From a revenue standpoint, the city assumes that, 80 to $100+ million a year in tax revenue is going to come in from these businesses. So if you're banking on that money and balancing your budget, and then revenues come in $20 million below budget, you create a funding hole and deficit. I am thankful that we are not reliant as a department on the general fund, and that if there is a funding gap or revenue shortfall, it doesn't directly impact the department's operations. But it does have huge operational impacts on several city departments. Do you keep uncollectible revenue on the books? I will tell you that the person who owes $13 million no longer has a DCR license. What is the likelihood the city is going to collect on that $13 million tax obligation? Even if we get a default judgment against the business for the uncollected taxes, is the city going to realize that? The city has a tax write-off process, not administered by the Department of Cannabis Control. I need to work with my partners and other city departments and the elected officials to, one, try to get our businesses to come back into compliance, not have a bright line standard that says that somebody who owes $5 should be treated the same way as somebody who has $1 million in outstanding tax obligations, and then try to see if there's a way to identify what that sweet spot is, a business may fall behind for a year or 2 years, but then they're subject to denial. A business may be allowed to fall behind X dollars, or then they become subject to denial. And it's kind of walking people back into that compliance, because there's definitely noise out there in the community that is encouraging people to not pay their taxes. And that is a reason to deny. And at some point, the city will be denying license renewals for folks that are not compliant. I don't know if it's going to be in the summer or in the fall or next year, but at some point, the city will begin to start holding these businesses accountable for remitting the taxes that they're obligated to pay. And, to the extent you have a bright line rule that doesn't allow for any type of leniency, that will have a devastating impact on the local regulated market. And our mayor understands that. Our council members understand that. But they also understand that they're facing $1 billion deficit next year, and that deficit would be significantly smaller if some of this tax revenue came in.
With that being said, is Commissioner Melissa, Jason, wouldn't it behoove the city to be able to enforce some kind of laws to be able to shut down the non-licensed operators? So that way that a lot of the problems that are happening because there's too much low dollar access to the product, right?
It's a mixed bag, Commissioner. You've got the unlicensed businesses who, by local statute aren't required to remit the taxes, and they're excluded from that tax base. So a ballot initiative or something else would need to be introduced to address that issue. You have the enforcement cost, and as an Angelino, would you like to see LAPD, building and safety, code enforcement, DWP, shutting down unlicensed operators or addressing things in your community that you and community members may think rise to that level of expertise? So how do we as a city kind of address the unlicensed businesses? I know our city attorney has prosecuted cases for folks that were leasing to unlicensed businesses. It got up to the state Supreme Court, and we did not win that litigation. So that was a lot of money that was expended to try to pursue some of the tools in our toolbox that did not work out in the city's benefit. And of course, I'm the wrong general manager to be talking about unlicensed enforcement because that falls out of my purview.
Mm-hmm.
But, the chief of police, the fire chief, the superintendent of building, our city attorney, those folks who are taking this issue seriously, but having to weigh outcomes for doing that type of enforcement and implementation against all of the other core responsibilities that they are required to do, and looking at it not just as a, industry related issue, but a citywide issue. And those issues vary differently community to community.
I get that, but fiscally, it does have an impact on whether an unlicensed business is taken away from the revenue of a licensed business. And I know what you're saying. There's a lot of other aspects involved in that, but at the end of the day, it's a business, and our job is to protect the business, right? It's not just to walk them through the line and then let a completely competing entity compete with them for the exact same thing that they're doing. And then, we're having these situations where there's a shortage, they can't pay their taxes, but there's also a couple really strong reasons why, right? So it just, yes, we'd have to add money here and there, but at the same time, you have to at least let these people compete fairly in the market, no?
Well, the competition is a little bit of a hard argument to sell because the tax obligations are generated based on the revenue a business is generating. So you go in and you purchase a product for $100, you pay sales tax, you pay the gross receipts, local tax, you pay the state's excise tax. You as a consumer see the breakdown of the taxes that you're paying. So you pay, $135 to $145, depending on where you are, for that cannabis good. You as a consumer see that on your receipt. Now, if the business is taking that tax money and using it to fund their operational costs,
yes,
they're not running a solvent business, and they're breaking the law and not remitting those taxes back to the agencies that are responsible for collecting it. So the issue with not remitting taxes kind of becomes the bigger issue because you have the foot traffic coming in to generate the revenue that's not being properly distributed, which is why the state comes down so hard on folks and starts to go after them and pierce the corporate veil to lean their personal houses because of that tax component where it's not actually getting passed through. And that's where you start to get into a lot of legal problems. And if the state shuts you down or they revoke your license, even if you have a DCR license, you can't lawfully operate. Your business is ended. And, if a unlicensed business is operating next door and it's shut down, are those consumers going into the licensed business? Or are they ordering online, or are they moving somewhere else? You know, the city has not done that type of demand study that would show what the actual local economic impact would be of, you know, shutting down a unlicensed operator and how much of that foot traffic would actually get diverted into a licensed operator. And that's kind of why earlier in the day I said, you know, if we spend $5 million more on enforcement, we cut 5 million from a department to fund it, or we need to get $50 million in adult use retail sales to get revenue to offset that impact. And, you know, those are the numbers I know our budget folks are looking at. And then they look at the rates for the actual businesses that are licensed and what's being remitted and how much of a non-remittance is happening. And then you start to make projections. If in this community, the licensed businesses are remitting 40% of the obligated tax revenue, if I shut down a business, now if that, you're not going to get 100% of whatever goes into the regulated market, you're only getting a fourth of that. So now that 50 million may become 200 million. And at some point, your assumptions exceed the actual local economic demand for cannabis, which is estimated to be somewhere between $2 to $4 billion, which is a huge number. But it also accounts for the fact that, you know, the county is 10 million people. A lot of cities within the county still don't have licensed locations. And a lot of that activity does come into the city of LA, especially in that Harbor Gateway corridor. And, you know, again, as part of the budget, you're taking a calculated risk. You're saying, I'm going to fund this on this revenue assumption, or I'm not going to fund this because I don't think the revenue is coming in. And if I overfund now, I'm going to have to make twice as many hard cuts later on. I do not envy the position the mayor and council are in.
I hear you. So, Commissioner Farmby. First, I'd just like to note that I'm making this statement and this question at 4:20. I look, Jason, I want to appreciate everything that you just said. I think that you just provided a pretty accurate kind of picture of the situation that we're dealing with, not only from the current economic issues facing with the current operators, but also how Commissioner Melendez was speaking about the unlicensed businesses. Look, I'm just going to say it. We're 7 years in, right? And the situation is the same. You have folks who we've seen time and time again who've come before us that have applied for licenses that talks about, you know, all of the work that they've done to try to ensure that they're, you know, creating a thriving business. The fact still remains that the biggest threat in this industry for me are the folks who are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I think that as long as we have like the social equity program and all of the wonderful work that Dr. Brown is doing and the DCR staff and us as a body, as a commission, are here kind of supporting all of the businesses who are coming online and getting their licenses. I think all of that is great work. And I want to continue to try to do that as much as I can to the best of my ability. But at the end of the day, if you having some backdooring that's happening, that's threatening all of the work that we're doing by folks who are not playing by the rules, we're going to be stuck here doing this thing circle and circle and circle time and time and time again. Right. So look, while I do know that this is not the responsibility in the purview of you yourself and in the department, I do feel like we got to deal with the elephant that's in the room here. Right. And I think that requires some thinking outside of the box. I don't think that this is something that you can just take and just solve it all in one time. It may take a smaller approach where you're kind of doing a pilot program with one of the precincts and one of the working with LAPD and kind of having some sort of ideas on what we experience as a commission, what you deal with as a staff, and what our operators deal with, and coming up with something that we can try to figure out how do we address this issue, because at the end of the day, it's a threat to everyone. It's not good for the city. It's definitely not good for the operators. It undercuts their business, and it's not good for this commission. So let's put our focus where it should be, right? Around at minimum, thinking about what are some of the things that some of the approaches that we can take. Look, as a commissioner, I can honestly say this, appreciate having someone come up here to talk about all of the things that they've done to be in compliance, the business is growing, how they're kind of connecting with the community. That's great. And I think that that's what we all want to see. What's not great is when they're talking about how they're trying to create a good business, and then 2 blocks away, you have another business that is not in this room that's undercutting what they're doing, right? That's not paying taxes. That's not going through the licensing process, right? And so I would just ask for us to consider, and I don't know if this is the place, but I'm going to say it anyway, for us to consider some thinking around how do we deal with the threats of this industry? Because it's one thing to constantly be here and helping those who are doing the right thing, but if you have other folks that are undercutting that, then I just feel like we're going in a circle, right? And I'm not saying that I have the answer, but I do know that each and every one of us are dealing with the same problem. So why don't we focus on the problem to the best that we can? And I know that that requires more folks outside of this room, but nevertheless, it is a challenge. And I do believe that to a certain degree, we're obligated to think about that challenge. I'm not talking about regulatory wise. I get it, but let's just be real here. I mean, we've heard it from several operators. So it would be good to at least put some thinking and figure out how we can be of service to the same folks who we're providing, granting these licenses to at least try to mitigate it to a certain degree. What we see, and at least what I think is the real threat here.
And Commissioner Bromby. And to your exact point, the city is looking at a multi-pronged approach. Federal legalization will add its own headache to the regulatory process, but it will also have its own benefits. Once businesses have access to traditional banking, once businesses have access to market rate loans and investment, once the business has the ability to raise investment funding through public offerings, once they have insurance policies and some of the traditional protections that other businesses have, that will go a long way. The state has to be involved because the state has introduced a bill because they had economic projections based on what tax revenue they were going to receive. So if the legislature takes no action, the state excise tax jumps from 15% to 19% January 1st of 2026. So even if local policymakers were to consider a temporary or permanent reduction to the local gross receipts tax implied, which would have budgetary implications, the savings and relief that it grants to a local business may be immediately eliminated by automatic escalators on the excise tax at the state level. So, again, you've got different levels of government that are competing for a piece of that economic activity, but you can't squeeze blood from a stone. And I think from the most fundamental level, whether it's me, the director, or anybody else at DCR, we understand the tax burdens are not sustainable. But there needs to be a more unified approach. Otherwise, you're just moving how much another entity is trying to pull from. There was at one point discussion about the County of Los Angeles trying to impose their own excise tax on top of the city's tax and the state's tax, because everybody is looking for new ways to generate revenue. You know, separately, how do you bring about policy to encourage people to, you know, pay their taxes and be good businesses? From our perspective, we just transmitted a report about the land use piece. You've heard it from all of the operators. The high rents are not tenable. The land use restrictions are not tenable. The fact that an unlicensed operator could open up next door to a licensed operator, just on the face of it, you know that doesn't work with the land use provisions. But if there's the demand there, you can't even get another licensed operator to go into that geographic area because they have to be distanced away from each other and they have to meet certain zoning requirements. So what I can do and what I can recommend, like reducing the buffer from 700 feet to 600 feet, you know, allowing there to be more leniency with the sensitive uses, opening up the land use to make it less restrictive and more business friendly, to allow for a cannabis business to go to building and safety, to pull their permits to, you know, pursue a certificate of occupancy, whether it's commercial or manufacturing, I don't care. If you can get your permits from building and safety and fire and public health, and you can pass that inspection and get your operating permit, you're good with me. We're making those kinds of recommendations. We're making recommendations to align with the state and eliminate some of the redundancies between local and state. The Department of Cannabis Control have to deal with this statewide. Unlicensed activity is an issue statewide. It's not a local issue. It's an industry issue. There are people that are trying to address it. They're trying to address it in a way that has a meaningful impact. They're also balancing that with the demands from, you know, other regulators that are saying, hey, we expected this tax revenue to come in. Is it the misdemeanor for cannabis sales, $500, $1,000 fine, 6 months in county jail, which you aren't going to serve, or the $1 million in unpaid tax revenue? If you were the policymaker or the enforcement, do you go after this or do you go after this? What's going to have a bigger impact on your bottom line? And that's what the city has to deal with. That's what the state has to deal with. But I know the mayor and their folks that are up in Sacramento are lobbying for different reforms and they're pushing for compromise. I know we have folks in Washington that are pushing for federal legalization and compromise. And there's not going to be an overnight solution. There are going to be pains that happen. You know, the social equity program itself, the resources that Dr. Brown has brought in, and some of those resources have kept businesses that are not solvent afloat for multiple years. And we've had folks come in that say that 90% of cannabis businesses fail because they run out of money before they can get a profit and their investors walk away. We haven't seen that type of attrition in our local market. One, it speaks to the overall strength of the LA market. But two, there are going to be growing pains until such time we see federal legalization in this industry to be treated like other business industry. But the department supports what you're saying 100%.
Yeah, no.
We can always do more and be more efficient.
Yeah, no, Commissioner Farley, thanks, Jason. And I hear you, and I actually agree and really appreciate you stating what you're saying. I do know and understand the situation financially that our city is dealing with. And you know, I commend our mayor and the city council for this very tough budgeting process and cycle. I just wanted to make sure that at least kind of being a commissioner here, that we name it, right? And just be honest about what we're talking about. I'm not here to say that this is an easy situation. I just would hope that each and every one of us, one, could recognize the issue, right? First and foremost. But secondly, at least try to, you know, kind of attempt to think about what are some potential solutions, right? Taking into consideration what you're saying. Look, I get it, you know, hey, you know, tax revenue, enforcement, you know, serious crimes versus kind of, you know, cannabis, illegal activity. I get the balance and the priority. but it is our issue. It's our issue, right? And I do think that we owe it to each other. When I say owe it to each other, I'm talking about stakeholders. I'm talking about the businesses. I'm talking about the commission. I'm talking about the department, and even to a certain degree, the city, and working with law enforcement, particularly to try to see what is possible, right? And so I just wanted to, I want to just keep it 100, and just say it, knowing what the dynamics are and the complexities of the situation, but it is our situation, right? And so I think putting some thinking into it is worth exploring for whatever that can look like.
And this is Commissioner Melendez once again, Jason. So with all the new applicants that are coming in, how big of a focus is the commission putting in to be able to really make it clear to the applicants what the tax burden is going to be on their business, and making sure that there's definitely a route for them to succeed when they're going through selling to the point where they have to remit their taxes? Is there like a process that makes it really clear and easy for them to be able to figure that out?
Before I answer, we're always open to suggestions. DCR, Dr. Brown and her vendors in the Office of Finance routinely do a webinar. I think we do it at least once a year, where we walk through what the requirements are, registering for your business tax certificate, which is a prerequisite to registering your business with DCR and applying for an application. We talk about the local tax rates. We do invite folks from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration to come down to talk about their process. We have information on the learning management system. People learn in different ways. And if folks are still either not taking advantage of the resources we have because they don't know about them, or it's not as accessible as we think it is, we're open-minded about changing the way we deliver services and provide information. I think for the Office of Finance, they have been a good partner. They do make every effort to do webinars, participate when we ask them to. They send out letters. They do try to advise folks on how to access the online portal. There are a lot, the tax system, LA Tax, and Dr. Brown has talked about this a lot. There was this perception that people were just going to come into this industry and make money hand over fist. They were just going to be walking out with bags of cash. And the reality is, if that was the case, everybody would be doing it. You are opting into running a small business. Operating a small business, whether it's a laundromat, a restaurant, a law firm, doctor's office, a cannabis business, that is hard work. You have to comply with all of these different regulatory requirements. The tax burden may not be the same, but hiring staff, payroll taxes, insurance, figuring out your distribution channels, lines of credit, how you're going to maintain payroll and remit checks and, purchase fleet vehicles and do everything you need to do. That's all the same. So Dr. Brown has put a lot of focus in the skill sets that are transferable and explaining to people like, this is what you need to do. She's working with some of our operators that are generating a profit to identify how they're being successful. And that's one of the questions this commission routinely asks. Are you current on your taxes? How are you current on your taxes? Are you generating a profit? How are you doing it? Because there's so many businesses out there struggling. We're all looking for ways to provide advice to the businesses that are struggling by looking at the ones that are successful as being a model to share that information.
Usually the ones that are successful have deep pockets in social equity. They're struggling, and then they get into these situations and they fall into, all with in good intentions, but they fall into a situation where, the tax system will just come and just going to hit them upside their head. So yes, thank you.
From a regulatory standpoint, when some of the speakers today, talked about how they've been pursuing a license for years, and it's hard, and they're not generating revenue. Well, whether it's the department processing the application and issuing temporary approval, or this commission considering their annual license, at a bare minimum, we've done our regulatory duty to process the application and issue the license. So those things are moving forward. And, we do have good partners across the city family and at the state that want people to be successful, but we have limits on what we have the authority to do and how we can do it. And at the same time, when phase 3 retail round 1 applicants, these are the folks that, submitted in 2019, that was a first come, first served process. It required somebody to have an executed lease and operating documents to apply. And you've heard from folks that, their investor may have given them 15 minutes to review documents and submit. And they needed to find a compliant, property because the city was going to only open this filing window for 14 days. So they were making business decisions based on what the requirements were at that time. Kat Packer, our former director, Michelle Garaki, and our current director, they lobbied for local changes. We created a pre-application review process. You no longer have to have an executed lease to identify whether or not your location is compliant. You pay the $597 fee. We review the location for zoning and, distance. We determine if that's eligible before you can even submit an application now. Folks were having issues with the equity share review. Is my contract and operating agreement with my investor going to comply with the requirements? I don't want to find out after I've secured a location and paid all of these fees. I want to know up front. We created a legal business entity record where the ownership and the operating stuff and the equity share review could be done. And that information gets pushed to any application that gets submitted under that record. One, it reduced the cost for the social equity applicants and leveraged that review across all of their records. And two, they can enter that process without securing a location. So we've broken stuff up to reduce the financial barriers to get in, to help people be able to make business decisions on the front end. I can't undo the past and what the requirements were in 2019 or 2020. All I can do is hear the input from the stakeholders, and we lobby for amendments to the code to make our process more business friendly and to eliminate hurdles. And I do want to see something happen with taxes. That is completely outside of my purview. I do want to see something with unlicensed enforcement. That's completely out of my purview. And I will continue to lobby behind the scenes and work with the folks that do have a say in that process and the elected officials to support that policy. But I cannot unilaterally go and do that. And we want to make this a better process.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Hi, this is President Mason. Ooh, we've said a lot.
I did want to make one more comment if.
I'm not done.
Okay.
You can after me. I'm not done. I'm gathering the thoughts. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, SWOT analysis done in every industry. And I have a running list of threats. But the one thing I do know is that in this space, we've heard repetitively from operators who've been around 10 years, 15 years, 16 years, 17 years. Something about the pre-Measure M environment, that business climate, allowed those operators to succeed. Something subsequent to the passage of Measure M and the implementation of regulation related to recreational cannabis use has now emerged as a threat to not just social equity operators, but also to those who've been around for a long period of time. I think the onus is on the city to identify what that something or those some things are and come up with solutions to reduce the threat embedded in that something or some things so that this can be a more business-friendly environment. Because again, the 700 businesses that are not tax compliant are not all social equity applicants. So something's happened to affect the totality of the industry. If we don't do this, then what are we doing? Like, why are we renewing? Why are we allowing more people to come into an industry where really we're sending them down the road to slaughter, down the road to failure? That's how I feel about it right now. I don't know that the opportunity to succeed in this industry is there if these threats aren't mitigated. If the weaknesses built into, be it regulation or lack of enforcement, high fees, the excise taxes, the predatory contracts, the predatory rents, if those things aren't addressed.
Yeah, I mean, in direct response, before Measure M was adopted, the city didn't license or permit commercial cannabis activity. There was no regulatory structure. There was
So I've been told.
businesses that registered with an interim control ordinance and met certain requirements throughout time, but they weren't paying application fees. They weren't paying renewal fees. They weren't subject to audits. They didn't have to adhere to operating requirements where they were getting annual compliance inspections. They were unregulated. And the folks, when Proposition D passed, the intent of the voters was to reduce the proliferation of all of these medical marijuana dispensaries throughout the city, to reduce that number down to 135. I will tell you right now that at least through calendar year 2016, there were hundreds of more operators than 135. I've seen the tax rolls from years where we had over 800, medical marijuana dispensaries registered that couldn't have complied. But again, it's a game of whack-a-mole. And, LAPD and city attorney, they prosecuted people for violations of Proposition D. That was one of the reasons why, policymakers wanted to exclude that from the definition of a cannabis-related arrest or conviction, because they didn't want to reward people who violated the code. But with Measure M came statewide legalization. It came with the understanding that, an adult can make a choice to consume cannabis if they're of age. And a regulatory structure, just like for cigarettes and for alcohol and other things, was set up. And running a business that doesn't have to require, that's not required to adhere to local regulations and state regulations and tax laws and all of this other stuff, is very different than running a fully compliant business. When Rocky and her team were coming up here, this commission was amazed if there was one business that had been operating that didn't have a notice to correct. Even today, you guys are like, wow, you had no notices to correct? Like, you guys sure? Hector, Rocky, you really nothing? And you guys are also amazed that there are still businesses that continue to have the same regulatory hiccups. And this body has seen those hiccups, whether it's the DCR record number on the ID badge, it's the, not having the global positioning system in the vehicle, it's the folks that are, putting on social media their grand opening, or you're going to have this athlete or this musician or this star come and do a signing at the location to try to incentivize people to come in. People now have to adhere to rules, and there's a regulatory agency actually going out there and inspecting and trying to make sure that there's compliance. We're reporting to this body and other bodies. The state is looking at these issues. There is a whole regulatory structure that people didn't have to compete with that now they have to deal with. And taxes is an issue. The lack of capacity to, address this new upcoming industry has been an issue not only for DCR, but for the state. I mean, when Kat got her department, she was the first employee. That department was allotted 5 positions that first year. And we were expected to process hundreds of applications and make determinations about whether or not these businesses were applying actually met the requirements to be considered an existing medical marijuana dispensary, knowing full well that there was no regulatory engine behind that. And then the budget was built, and the budget was built, and grant funds came in. So there are going to be things like taxes, looking at the regulations, looking at ways as we as a local municipality can say, hey, maybe this shouldn't be a violation, or hey, we could be more efficient. Rocky's trying to work with the Department of Cannabis Control to leverage their compliance inspections. You know, DCC opened up a local office. Can we have one of our inspectors go out with one of your inspectors so we can do both of our inspections at the same time? You know, hey, is this business on your radar because it's on our radar? How do we bring them back into compliance? Because if a business loses their state license or they lose their local license, they can't operate. So it's mutually beneficial for us to work with other regulators to ensure businesses can maintain the ability to operate. Because if they can't operate, they can't remit taxes, they can't pay payroll. And, you know, there are strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. I would be more than happy to start working on a policy paper to bring to this body to become a working document where things can be added to that. And, you know, you get comments from members of the public about what those weaknesses and threats are. You get comments about strengths and opportunities. And that will just be kind of a working document that we can pull from and work collaboratively on trying to move some of these policies forward, like Commissioner Farnby addressed.
Ms. Commissioner Farmy, I like that idea. Jason.
Well, thank you. I just want us to be solutions driven. I don't really process well what we can't do. I'm more enthusiastic about looking for expeditious solutions to some of the problems currently threatening the industry. The time is 4:52. And thank you all for this robust discussion. If there are no other questions for Mr. Killeen on what he's presented thus far, I'm going to go ahead and call for a recess. And we will resume in half an hour.
You can always try to.
We may resume.
Thank you. The time is 5:35 PM and we are resuming with item number 6. DCR Core Record Number 100005. The applicant is Sunrise Caregiver Foundation, Inc. The recommendation is to receive and file. No action is necessary, therefore the matter is received and filed. I'm taking item 8 out of order. Item 8 is DCR Core Record Number 310150. The applicant is Pine and Proper LLC. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of June 5, 2025. May I have a motion, please?
This is Commissioner Farley. I make the motion
To
continue to June 5th, next meeting. I'm sorry, to the June 5th meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Molinas, I second the motion.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are back to the regular agenda order. Item 5 is DCR Core Record Number 101759. The applicant is West Valley Patients Care Incorporated, a California corporation, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 23043 to 23045 West Ventura Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear the department staff's presentation.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Megan Blom. I will present item number 5 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. This applicant was heard on the 3rd of April last month before the commission, which voted to continue the hearing and decision to deny or approve the license to today's date. DCR Core Record Number 101759 is associated with West Valley Patient Center, Inc., a California corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 23043 to 23045 West Ventura Boulevard in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan Area within Council District 3. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of February 27th of 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C12-000064-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through June 12th of 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the social equity program. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is aware that the business is not current on their taxes. However, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item number 5.
Thank you. Any questions for department staff? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Treviso, is there anyone on the line to represent the applicant?
No, there is no raised hand or anyone on the virtual meeting.
Okay, and I do not have a speaker card for a representative today.
This is Commissioner Farley. My understanding is, was this a continued case?
Yes, this is a formerly continued case from our last commission meeting. This is Megan Blum.
Then at this time, I will close out the department's presentation and the applicant's presentation, and we are on to commission deliberations.
This is Commissioner Moniz. Why was it continued? Do we remember? Does anybody remember? It's continued 3 different.
Licensing analyst Megan Blum here. It was continued because of the delayed taxes and the commission wanted to give time for other bodies or to discuss with the department how to move forward on those, given Assistant Executive Director Jason Colleen's presentation. We decided taxes are not preventing applicants from moving forward. That is why the department does recommend that this be adopted.
Taxes, thank you.
Yes.
Any deliberations, commissioners?
I mean, they've been open since 2020 and they've had 5 notices to correct, but they corrected them all. So it looks like they're in good standing.
Commissioner Farmby, have we seen any correspondence from at all?
No.
No? Commissioner Farmby, were they at the last meeting? Were they present?
Licensee Analyst Megan Bloom, I am off the top of my head not 100% sure. I believe that they were. Douglas Johnston, I believe. And he did reply that he would be here today, so I'm not sure where he is. But you heard from CED last time, went through the memos and everything corrected. And then we were just kind of hung up on the taxes and you wanted to set that precedent of knowing how to move forward, which we've since figured out. So I think the taxes was the only issue holding it up.
Just Commissioner Farmby, do we know the status of the taxes?
They are still not in good standing.
Oh.
Like they're still delinquent in taxes, yes.
This Commissioner Farmby, I mean, if the issue was around taxes and I'm assuming to a certain degree allow for time for them to reconcile that, and they're still not in good standing, nor are they present.
The continuance, this is President Mason, was twofold. It was one, to allow them time to reconcile, and two, to give the city time to address how they were
How they
going
were
to
deal with it.
resolve this, and we still don't. We're 0 and 2.
Licensing Analyst Megan Bloom, I'd also like to just bring to the commission's attention that the applicant's state license, provisional state license, does expire shortly after the June 5th commission meeting. So it would not give us much time. Oh, Jason Colleen's going.
Hi, this is President Mason. So we are closing commission deliberations and reopening the department's presentation at this time.
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. The Department of Cannabis Regulation can deny a renewal over the outstanding tax obligations. Consistent with previous recommendations we made to this body, we have not recommended denial for anybody due to the outstanding taxes. We are working with the City Council on the definition of good standing. I do not know where policymakers will land on that particular decision, or if any changes will be made. My recommendation would be to consider the merits without looking at the tax obligations, and then allow the policymakers the opportunity to determine whether or not they want to make a definition and a change to that definition. And if they ultimately don't, then this business would not be eligible for renewal for calendar year 2026, and they would be denied in this fall. If the commission denies them for the failure to be current on the taxes, which is a violation of our regulations and the municipal code, they would have the opportunity to appeal that determination to the full city council. And if the city council upholds the commission's action, they are denied, they are out of the process. Hard stop.
Thank you, Jason. I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Farmby. I heard you say your recommendation, they got lost for me. If you can just repeat it, I'm sorry.
DCR recommends adopting the recommendations on our report and overlooking the tax non-compliance at this time to allow for the mayor and city council to consider policy considerations around the definition of good standing. And this business may or may not ultimately meet that revised definition. If the definition is not revised, they will be denied as part of the renewal process for next year. And that denial would be subject to its own due process. They would be able to appeal that decision.
This is Commissioner Farmby. Thanks for that. In making that decision, Jason, is that consistent with how we've approached operators who are in this predicament with the taxes? Or is this more like a one-off type of unique circumstance?
I do not believe it's unique. The difference right now is we were provided a list of delinquent businesses by the Office of Finance. When the commission was considering hundreds of applications last year, that information was not available to the department. And I know firsthand that there were several hundred businesses that were approved by this commission that are on that delinquency list that, had we known they were delinquent, we would have included that information in the staff report at that time. So we have not, to my knowledge, this body has not denied somebody due to the tax delinquencies. And it's only because I have additional information that I'm making the commission aware of. I know that other businesses would have fallen into that. And I still think that the city is working through the mechanisms to determine how to bring businesses back into good standing to make the local market solvent. So I would recommend this body, be forgiving, at least in this case for now, to give the mayor and council the opportunities to consider what is good standing and whether or not they'll amend it. And either the language stays as it is, and this business will, if they submit a renewal for 2026, it would be denied, or policymakers will amend the municipal code and we will administer whatever that updated definition is as part of the renewal cycle. And we'll hold all operators to that standard as part of that renewal process at the same time.
Got it. Are we good?
Any other questions for department staff?
No, I don't.
You sure?
Yeah, no, not for Jason.
Okay, we are closing the department's presentation and returning to reopening commission deliberations.
This Vice President Nash, I think the commission is in somewhat of a predicament in that we've apparently approved businesses that have been delinquent and didn't have knowledge of that. And we would now be treating those inconsistently from the way we've done in the past.
Hearing your point, Vice President Nash, and speaking to that by saying we weren't aware, we were not timely informed that really there was a tax crisis, and until this year, and most of those decisions had already been made. And even still, we really don't have a solidified model for how to address these licenses, given the fact that they are in arrears. So we are going to leave that to the policymakers.
Excellent. Yeah.
We're going to leave that to the policymakers and follow the, in my opinion, or my ask is that we accept the department's recommendation and yes, leave the tax issues to the policymakers.
Commissioner Mice, that's what we agreed to the last session, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, correct, that we would forego the tax responsibility and just basically base our decisions based on the merit of the actual the applicant.
With 700 businesses in arrears, it's likely that if we included the tax status, we would be saying no to quite a few people going forward.
With this concern in mind, it's especially unpleasant that the operator is not here. because we could inquire of the operator the likelihood that they're going to be able to pay those taxes and their willingness to do so, et cetera, et cetera. So I am very disappointed in that fact.
Yeah, or expand our understanding of how at least one business arrived at being in arrears, what internal operational issues and decisions were made to get to this point, and actions taken or not.
They did have 5 notices to correct, which they corrected them all. So obviously they're trying to stay on top of their stuff. But you know, you have January the 16th, 2025, you have February the 6th, and then you have April the 3rd. So those are all extensions, continuances. So I mean, do we continue them again? That's the question.
Well,
Well,
it's been pointed out, that's the thing. If we continue them again, we place them in jeopardy of losing their state license.
Correct.
So then that is on us to own, as opposed to the outstanding taxes, which is not
Yeah,
our responsibility.
but if that was the issue, wouldn't you expect them to be here?
This is Vice President Nash. President Mason, do you recall the date that their state license expires?
We weren't provided with a date. It was just said that it would be shortly after the June 5th meeting.
Yes. Can we reopen?
Okay,
department?
we're closing deliberations and reopening the department presentation. Assistant Director Colleen, the question is, do we have the exact date that the state license will expire?
Jason Colleen, Assistant Executive Director. Their state license is valid through June 12th of 2025.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash, and assuming that we heard this application on June 5th, and if whatever happened, then would that, if they were approved, would that be enough time for them to also get their state license?
I don't think it would give us enough time to put together the final documents and get it submitted to the county clerk and get the documents back to get them posted to the state before the renewal comes up. To be safe, like 5/15 would probably be the latest to guarantee that we can do what we need to do after the commission takes an action to ensure the state gets the necessary paperwork. I think the early June date is just cutting it too close.
This is Commissioner Melendez, Jason. So how many cases do we have for the 15th of this month?
I will pass it over to Megan Bloom.
We don't have any
We don't have any.
cases for the 15th.
Yeah,
0.
0.
So we should maybe continue this for the 15th.
Are we back to deliberations?
Yeah,
Are we
is there
done
any
with
more
questions?
questions?
for-
Yeah, I don't have any.
All right, then thank you, Jason. We are closing out the department's presentation and reopening deliberations.
This is Commissioner Farley. I think Melendez's suggestion, I think it would, I think it still deals with the question of how we respond as a body and what that would mean kind of going forward. In addition to, there's a recommendation, at least from the department, on how we can move this forward based on the merits and then allow the policymakers to deal with the question on the taxes. Which in my opinion would probably be the best way to go based on where we are. That's my opinion.
Commissioner Nash?
I'm disappointed that they're not here with this issue.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him before the body because there are issues that should be discussed.
Understood.
Mhm.
That's valid.
All right. Well,
I think we're done with the deliberations. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 5, DCR Core Record number 101759 for the business located at 23043-23045 West Ventura Boulevard. I move to continue the hearing on this application to the May 15th, 2025 meeting.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Nay.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Item number 7 is DCR Core Record number 310175. The applicant is the 18629 LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 18629 Ventura Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Licensing Analyst Megan Bloom here. I will present item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310175 is associated with the 18629 LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activities. The business is located at 18629 Ventura Boulevard in the Encino Tarzana Community Plan Area within Council District 3. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 10th of 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0001128-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 28th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the social equity program. To comply with equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants, SEIAs, must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about February 19th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on March 18th, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. On February 5th, 2025, DCR conducted a compliance inspection and a notice to correct was issued on February 19th, 2025. A representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is aware that the business is not current on their taxes. However, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Supervisor for the Enforcement Division. This summary is for 18629 LLC, located at 18629 West Ventura Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on February 5th, 2025, and an NTC was issued on February 19th, identifying 2 deficiencies. Those deficiencies were missing contact information on the neighborhood liaison sign, and also the business premises diagram did not reflect what was on the DCR record. At present, they have corrected both deficiencies and the inspection has been deemed to pass as of April 8th, 2025. Any questions?
Any questions, Commissioner? Commissioners?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the department? Hearing none, Jason Ainsworth is here on behalf of the applicant, it says. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, and you will have 10 minutes.
Right. Good evening. My name is Jason Ainsworth. I am one of the co-owners of Maven Retail. And I'm here today to speak in support of our annual night license renewal and to share how our business continues to operate with integrity, safety, and community commitment. The Maven store opened its doors in September 2022 with the mission to provide a premium cannabis retail experience rooted in compliance, education, and community engagement. From day one, we aim to create a professional, welcoming, and safe environment for our customers or consumers, while remaining a responsible neighbor and contributor to the local community. At Maven, the customer always comes first. From the moment someone walks in, they are greeted with a concierge style of one-on-one service tailored to their needs. Our staff is trained, focused on education. That's our number one goal. Personalized recommendations, ensuring guests feel comfortable and supported while in the retail environment. We also honor veterans with a 25% discount and train all staff in product knowledge, customer service, compliance, cultural sensitivity to ensure every interaction reflects our values. For us, compliance is a core value. It's not just a requirement. We built a culture where compliance is practiced daily and reinforced through ongoing staff training, from ID checks to inventory tracking to reporting. We take our responsibility seriously, and that's been reflected in our consistent record of compliance with both city and state agencies. We view compliance as a foundation of trust with our regulatory bodies, our customers, and our community. In that same spirit of accountability, I want to highlight that we are one of the few operators who has consistently remained in good standing with the Office of Finance regarding our tax obligations. I did hear that it sounded like we weren't in good standing, but I'm pretty confident we are. Maybe there's how you define that might be different right now in this moment. But we've done that even in the absence of meaningful enforcement, while other operators have been allowed to continue operating despite delinquency. I don't want to mention it in a way where I'm just calling everybody out, because we're all in the same boat. We all have the same challenges. But I'm just mentioning it to underscore the regulatory consistency that we're all looking for. Just knowing that some people are potentially being held at a different standard, it just creates an uneven playing field. Fairness and oversight is essential in this industry if it's going to survive and grow equitably. At the same time, we believe it's equally important to acknowledge the urgent need for tax reform. We already know that. The current structure is unsustainable. We definitely all know that, particularly for small businesses and social equity operators. We all know that. That has recently changed. Okay. Even under these pressures, we have stayed committed to our responsibilities. We've met every requirement because that's the kind of integrity we believe the industry deserves. It needs to grow. It hasn't been easy at all. We do this daily, monthly at a operating loss consistently. But it's how we've chosen to show up as operators, community members, and stewards of this license. Just wanted to highlight some impact with the parking and security in the neighborhood. Maven Retail maintains 6 designated customer parking spots, including an ADA compliant space for accessibility and obviously a ramp. We've also employed full-time on-site security guard during all hours of operation, supported by 24/7 surveillance systems that cover the whole entire property. Our presence has made a notable difference in the surrounding areas. Several business owners and residents have shared how they feel safer since we've opened. And some have told us that incidents of crime and loitering have actually appeared to have decreased due to the additional security we provide. We take pride in knowing our store not only protects our customers, but helps improve safety for the entire neighborhood. We also maintain the exterior with care, keep it clean, well lit, and inviting at all times. Right. Giving back is a core part of our identity. Through initiatives like the LA Relief Campaign, we donated 100% of our proceeds from a product launch to organizations supporting wildfire victims in Los Angeles. This campaign is just one of the examples of how we have aimed to use our platform for real, meaningful impact, not just talk, but action. Employee culture, our team of 8 employees is the heart of the Maven store. We're proud to offer a work environment that prioritizes inclusivity, growth, and well-being. Employees receive living wages, healthcare options, access to training and development, and participate in team building activities to keep morale and communication strong. We believe that when we invest in our people, we build a stronger business and community. Since opening, we have been fully committed to creating a cannabis retail experience that is safe, compliant, and community driven. We're proud of the trust we've earned with our customers, regulators, and neighbors rather. From maintaining clean financial standing to uplifting our employees and investing back into the community, we have done everything we can to lead by example. We believe Maven Retail represents the kind of responsibility, community-minded operator that the industry needs, and we are eager to continue servicing Los Angeles for the years to come. And thank you. Consideration.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your presentation. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Illegal operators, what adjustments have you made in your business operations to compete with illegal operators, if any?
When we can, how we can, we find ways to lower the price of the cost to the consumer. We work with other vendors to strike deals with them, to cut down on the margins. We find ways to split that cost. So it affects everyone. And we try to share with the vendors, and they've gone out of their way to help share that burden because they understand the challenges we're all facing. Outside of that, it's just other than just everything I've stated, just trying to create an environment where everyone could feel very comfortable to walk into. Customer service is the only way to kind of combat if there's any illegal activity around our area. I don't really see any other options.
And so even in the midst of lowering basically your profit margin based on what you've just described, how is it that you've been able to remain in good standing with the CAO office as you understand that definition?
Well, as being one of the vendors to this store, we are technically vertically integrated. Maven has its brand where it sells its product to the store at a discount. And we just happen to be one of the vendors that the Maven store does not pay. So that's how we've been able to stay operational. But I don't know how long we'll be able to do that, but that's the only way we've been able to do it. We take care of all the other vendors and all of our other obligations, except for the ones to ourselves.
Gotcha. So it's a Band-Aid solution that's not necessarily
Absolutely.
sustainable. Understood. Thank you for that. Commissioners?
Commissioner Farmby, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Have you utilized any aspects of the social equity program?
Other than the applicant that that's on the license with us, I can't speak for Amanda Swift, but I know she's reached out to all the resources that are in front of her. Through our meetings, she's commented lots of opportunities that she has taken upon herself to get informed as much as she can.
Thank you.
Vice President Naz has no questions. Commissioner Melendez, none? Okay, thank you for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure.
We are closing the applicant's presentation and moving on to commission deliberations.
Excuse me, can we
Okay,
reopen?
we are reopening Commission Vice President Nash's request. We are reopening the department's presentation. Closing deliberations.
Mr. Vice President Nash, the report indicates that DCR has been made aware that the applicant is delinquent on paying their taxes. So we have a little bit of a conflict here, and I was wondering if you could address that.
Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director. Based on the documentation we got from the Office of Finance in December, excuse me, this business was delinquent. I do not have a view into the LA tax system to see what the business's obligations are. We did do a compliance check last week, and they said that the business was still not in compliance. Again, this could be something where there could be something unrelated to like tax payments that they would be delinquent on. If they didn't report something accurately, or there was an assessment made that needs to be corrected, if there were, return check or late fees, I don't know what the balance is, but there's a balance over $100 associated with the business. And I was going to talk to Jason after this and just put him in contact with the Office of Finance that if he thinks he's in good standing and he may be on, certain activities or deliverables, but there's something on his account that's flagging it as being delinquent. I don't know what that is, but it would be good for him to resolve it with the Office of Finance.
Thank you. Can we reopen the applicant?
I was taking notes. I'm sorry. So we are closing the department presentation and reopening the applicant's presentation.
This is Vice President Nash. So you heard Mr. Kling's opinion, and are you aware of anything at the Department of Finance that is flagging your account as being delinquent?
I'm not aware of it, and I'm still very confident that we're above board. If he had a chance to talk to my CFO, he would probably agree. But I'm very curious and be very interested to find out exactly what it is, what's being flagged. And I would be very confident within the end of the week or next week it would be resolved.
As you stand here today, do you have any knowledge whatsoever about any delinquency or any reason why the Department of Finance would have red flagged your account?
I am not aware of any issue.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we are reclosing applicant's presentation and returning to commissioner deliberations.
Vice President Nash, we have that little discrepancy. It seems like it could be, a minor issue and not $1 million tax deficiency, because I think the applicant would know about that. So I'm willing to, for the time being, take the applicant's word on it.
This is President Mason. I am a bit disappointed that we are in May and there is a possibility that the current flagging could be tied to something that was reported back in December. So it would be nice to have current information from the CAO on the applicant's when they come before us so that we don't have to pause for this type of deliberation. Having said that, commissioners, any other deliberations?
And there's no complaints in the portal. There's no negative feedback, and they've had their temporary since 2022. So there's some good right there.
All right, well, do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding DCR, or regarding item number 7, DCR core record number 310175 for the business located at 18629 West Ventura Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated April 23, 2025.
Is there a second?
Yeah, Commissioner Farmy, a second.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye,
The motion passes.
thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Item number 9 is DCR core record number 320096. The applicant is Gene Williams to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7537 North Reseda Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
And thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Megan Bloom, licensing analyst here. I will present item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320096 is associated with Gene Williams, sole proprietor. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7537 North Reseda Boulevard in the Reseda West Van Nuys Community Plan Area within Council District 4. The applicant has yet to be issued temporary approval by DCR. The application was submitted on July 30th, 2024, and since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SCIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about March 19th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on April 16th of 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment was received by a representative of the business who stated that the applicant is dedicated to providing a safe environment and will have 24-hour security. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons listed in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Any questions for department staff? All right, thank you, Ms. Bloom. Reza Sadifi. Thank you for being here. State your name and relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Reza Sadafi, and I'm the designated representative for Gene Williams. I'll make it simple. We're not open yet, but Gene is very particular. He really concentrates on compliance. He wants to make sure that safety, transparency, and working with city and state is his main obligation. He also wants to work with the local community to make sure that wages that we pay are living wages and that we have our environment is based on the community plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Its representative? Before you go away, we need you back at the podium. I'm going to anticipate that one of the questions is going to be, when are you scheduled to open?
Well, after, I know once we get the results from here, we have to go back to DCC and let them know, like we got approved from the city or not. And we've already been working with the DCC. So once they give us the approval, I know we need the CEQA from the DCR as well. So we're estimating hopefully between the city and the state within the next 30 days, we'll get approval from both, hopefully. But we're ready, like in regards to construction, build out, we're 90% there already.
So opening within the next 2 to 3 months?
30 to 60 days.
Oh,
max.
okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
No, not much to go on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Moving on to deliberations. If any. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Farmy. DCR Court Record number 320096. The applicant is Gene Williams, in the neighborhood of Reseda. The address is 7537 North Reseda Boulevard. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Item number 10 is DCR Core Record number 310227. The applicant is ROKLA LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1323 North La Brea Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we'll move on to the department's presentation.
Megan Bloom, licensing analyst here. I will present item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310227 is associated with Rock LA LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1323 North La Brea Avenue in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. However, they have completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. This applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SCIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about March 19th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on April 16th, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons listed in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 10.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. Jensen, last name I can't pronounce. Thank you. You say your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, staff and DCR. Bring that back just a little bit. I'm here on behalf of Rock LA LLC and in support of their application. We are a social equity retail store located at the 1323 North Brea Avenue in the Hollywood Hills West neighborhood. Like to take this opportunity to thank DCR and the Hollywood Hills Council for allowing us to speak on this behalf today. We are excited by the opportunities and improvements that this retail operation will provide to the Hollywood Hills community. We have been in communication with the Hollywood Hills West Neighborhood Council. While we have yet to formally meet with the council, we do look forward to presenting to them and remaining in communications as we get closer to becoming operational. Our community forward business model includes a commitment to the local community through local hiring. We will focus all of our hiring efforts within the immediate surrounding area and continue our commitment to hire over 66% of our employees from the local community. In addition to our commitment to hiring local, our store also focuses on promoting internally to make sure that our management reflects the diversity of the community we serve. As store manager, I will be designated as a community liaison, and my information will be made available to the community to discuss the store's operations and impacts on the community. Our commitment to community safety is evidenced by our safety and security plan. Our store employs 24-hour security monitoring with on-site security guards during all hours of operation. Additionally, we incorporate robust surveillance and facial recognition and license plate readers technology. Our commitment to the staff and customers is evident by our focus on staff training. This includes an emphasis on product knowledge and customer service that supports to ensure our team is able to provide the best advice on the product selection for customers seeking recreational or medical benefits. As a community steward, our business will incorporate robust nuances mitigation protocols. These include a comprehensive lighting plan that ensures the site will be properly lit to deter any negative security impacts. We will also incorporate an odor mitigation plan that incorporates carbon activated filters and routine monitoring and maintenance to ensure no negative odors escape the premises. We implement patron conduct procedures to avoid loitering, and also conduct daily exterior inspections to deter littering, graffiti, and urban blight. Our ownership team has experience having operated and managed multiple cannabis retail dispensaries throughout Southern California. We look forward to bringing our experience and successful business operations to the Hollywood Hills neighborhood. Overall, we are deeply committed to serving the Hollywood Hills community, and we look forward to continuing to integrate into the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Halleck?
Commissioner Farmy. How you doing? So you're not operational?
Unfortunately, no, not yet. We were delayed by the city with the highway dedication plan that took about 7 months to get back from the city. And that's pretty much what's been holding us up in the meantime.
Okay. And so you're completely done on construction, build out, all of that?
Because of the highway dedication plan, we haven't been able to start construction yet, but we do have teams that are ready to go as soon as the availability comes to us.
Got it. And do you have, I mean, considering if you were to have that done now, what would be your expectation of when you all will be operational?
If the building was erected and available to us, we would be operational in under 3 months. Fully operational, doors open and everything.
Commissioner Melendez, how close are you to Hollywood Boulevard?
I believe we're about 2 blocks away, 2 or 3 blocks, if I'm not mistaken.
South or north?
South.
Between Hollywood and Sunset?
Correct.
Commissioner Farby, I know that you all are under the delay, but what's your thinking or your planning around meeting with neighborhood council?
We're ready and open for any community engagement at all times.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving on to commission deliberations, if any. Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 10, DCR core record number 310227 for the business located at 1323 North La Brea Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the staff report dated April 23, 2025.
It's Commissioner Farmy, a second.
Thank you. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 11 is DCR core record number 310157. The applicant is Olimpya LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4878 Fountain Avenue. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card or a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
This is licensing analyst Megan Bloom. I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310157 is associated with Olimpya LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity and is located at 4878 Fountain Avenue in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of August 14th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0001540-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through January 27th, 2026. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code-mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about March 19th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on April 16th, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by community residents were against this location, citing unfavorable experiences with past dispensaries in the area, traffic congestion, lack of parking, the amount of children in the neighborhood, and the smell of cannabis in the air. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons listed in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item number 11.
Thank you. Any questions for the department, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Treviso, is there anyone in the speaker's queue on this item?
No, there's no raised hand, but I will make an announcement. If the applicant's representative is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand.
Oh,
Okay, you do need to fill out a speaker's card. Out in.
or
Yeah, there's a form that you can fill out.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Levon Tabarian. I'm the social equity applicant for DCR core record number 310-157. We started the project last year of March. And we are ready for a full inspection, and I'll be submitting to my analyst next week for full inspection, and we're not operational yet. After that, we're hopefully looking forward to open maximum next 30 days or so. And thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm open to.
Commissioner Farmby, how you doing? Thanks
Good,
for
how's it
being here.
going, sir?
Have you utilized any as social equity applicant, right? Have
Correct.
you utilized any parts of the program
I'm sorry, what?
of the social equity program?
Yeah, I joined I've went through almost all the classes through the LMS. And I've been to every single meeting for DCR meetings, and I also joined the virtual lunch meetings every time it's Jason.
It's Commissioner Melendez. You received a temporary back on August 14th of 2024,
Correct.
and have you been operational?
No. Just to add to that, Commissioner Melendez, at the time when I got my temporary approval from LADCR, I was in the process with the state. So that took me a few months, and I received my state provisional license on January 27 of 25.
This is Commissioner Melendez again. Are you aware of the 400 and some change of signatures, people that have signed saying that they don't want you in their neighborhood? Are you familiar with that?
I wasn't. It was a surprise to me this morning. We've introduced I myself introduced to all of my neighbors, immediate neighbors, businesses. Everyone is in support of it. I haven't had a single person walk by because we have a poster on the door, walk by and say anything negative about the business. So surprising that where that list came from.
Yeah, this Commissioner Melendez, have you reached out to your local neighborhood council?
Of course, I've reached out to them, and I offered them to appear before them, and did the first time, and then they motioned to object, to oppose to the business, and I offered them to meet again on their second plum meeting, and I was there as well. But they still ended up opposing it, and the reasoning behind it, I still don't get it. I believe they submitted the opposing letter to the commission.
This is Vice President Nash. Along the lines of Commissioner Melendez's comments, you probably already know now that you have a public relations problem, even though you haven't even opened yet. So unfortunately, if you're going to be successful, you're going to have to reach out to those people that currently oppose you and win them over.
Of course,
go ahead.
Of course, I've never rejected offering to meet before neighborhood council, having positive conversations, constructive conversations. And the same goes for my community. I grew up there, right off the block. Anyone that has any concerns, we're always ready to address it and reach to a compromise for both sides.
For some reason, they're very much opposed to this particular dispensary. It's unclear exactly what it is, but just a recommendation. It's in your best interest. Reach out to these people again and again and again and make friends with them.
Absolutely. Will do.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Questions, but not for him.
Thank you. Before we go into commissioner deliberations, I want to reopen the department's presentation. Question for Assistant Director Colleen. Where's the closest school? How far away?
And
Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean, I'm looking right now.
And also, while you're looking, the closest dispensary.
The closest school is approximately 800 feet away. It's outside of the 700-foot buffer. The school is located on L. Ron Hubbard Way. The official school address is 1414 North Catalina. And oh, that was just recently renamed. That's why. I was looking at Zemus and our map, so Google has not caught up to Zemus. And in terms of dispensaries, it's 0.4 miles away. It's about a 9-minute walk. The closest dispensary is located at 1503 Mariposa Avenue. Am I missing any of them?
No, 0.4 miles is how many feet?
It's more than 700.
Thank you. I have no other questions for the department.
That was my.
Okay. So I'm closing the department's presentation and returning to the applicant's presentation. Commissioners, are there any other questions for the applicant?
Yes, this is Commissioner Moniz. Do you have any parking?
I don't.
It's just street parking.
It is, but I am currently in negotiations with the same landlord that pretty much owns that 4 units altogether to have one of the unit parking lots in the back. But nothing official, but we're in the negotiations with that.
It's Commissioner Farnby. Has anyone, whether in the community, neighborhood, council, residents, in their neighborhood reached out to you in any way, shape, or form around concerns with you opening the business in the?
Not
community?
once.
No one.
Not once.
Thank you.
Just quickly, if I may add something, am I allowed to have the list of the petition? Yeah. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Yes. Only 12 of them here?
The cover letter states 460 neighbors and businesses in the immediate area. So that's just
This is the first page.
just the first page, yes.
I do have the actual copies here.
Am I allowed to have that?
It's our copy, but. We didn't. If we received it.
The petition is available on
It was submitted.
that?
Yeah, that's what it says here.
It was timely.
Received.
Record, that's right.
It'll be available online after this meeting.
Sure, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Moving on to deliberations, commissioners. Anything else outside of the concerns raised in this petition and repeated in this meeting?
Well, I'm looking at this, Commissioners, I'm looking at the cover letter, and we know that churches aren't sensitive use. And so, we know the school's 800 feet away. There's an Alcoholics Anonymous program, which I'm not sure if that's sensitive use or not.
It's not, it
No,
has
it's
to be a
not.
drug rehabilitation program.
Traffic congestion, I mean, there is parking on the street, so I don't necessarily know how much traffic congestion it's going to cause. It's in the middle of the street. But I'm concerned with the 460 neighbors and businesses. I'm not sure if giving the applicant some time to speak to his local neighbors is going to quell any of this or bring some good faith to the table. But you know, I think
This is Commissioner Farmy. I just finding it very interesting considering that it's not operational at the moment, right?
yes.
And kind of going through a delayed process. And there is a combination of both residents and business owners that have submitted this court of contest to us. We're talking about over 460 people that have not had any communication at all with the applicant. I would think that when you look at this type of response, that it would have been some sort of communication. So I just find that very, very interesting. And there's been no meeting with the council or no interaction with the neighborhood council.
There has been, this is President Mason. So there has been, and the neighborhood council submitted a letter of opposition. What's curious to me is that there are no community representatives here today to speak to us via public comment regarding the reasons for opposing this business. The fact that there are other businesses in the area has not stopped us in the past from approving a license, nor have allegations of future public safety issues stopped us from approving a license. This, in my humble opinion, this candidate deserves the opportunity to go live, to open its doors, to embrace the community, to work through the concerns of the communities, because a lot of this is fear. And I respect that. And a lot of this is wanting to preserve community character. And I understand that as well. But really, when we consider 104.6 and the other components of our other decision-making regulations, there are no considerations for the concerns set forth in this letter.
Commissioner Farmy, Yeah, I mean, it specifically states in their letter that the concern is around churches nearby, an alcohol anonymous program nearby, and that the neighborhood council opposes this. Um, and that there are currently other kind of dispensaries in the area, none of which, first of all, we have inquired around that with the staff. So that's been confirmed. So while I do understand the concerns of the residents and the business owners, there's nothing here that indicates that prevents us from moving forward, and that it's in full compliance based on, you know, what you just identified here. So it was just concerning to me that it would be this type of response when there's really been, first, to your point, President Mason, no one here to speak on the matter. But in addition to that, there's a lot of folks here that signed this petition, and there's been no communication whatsoever. Direct communication.
Yeah, I personally would have appreciated someone here because when I look at this petition, and I'm not saying it's fictitious, but we really have no means of validating the signatures on this on this petition or the other signatures on the remaining pages of the petition.
This is Vice President Ness. I just want the record to reflect that there were 5 speakers opposing the dispensary.
Oh,
Yeah, during public comment.
yes, during
Oh, I
public
was-
and a phone call as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure that.
Thank you for that.
We acknowledge that.
Thank
I
you,
do
Victor.
find it curious, though, that, for example, that the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council hasn't reached out to this dispensary if they have such a problem with them and have a meeting with them and air their grievances and see if things can get worked out in any way, shape, or form. And not having done that, I don't give a lot of credibility to their complaints.
This Commissioner Menace, I don't see what grievances there are. I mean, he's not open.
Their concerns, yeah,
Doesn't mean-
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree that doesn't mean it's not any concerns.
Yeah.
But I get your point.
Yeah. He wants receipts. Okay, I think we're done. Is there a motion?
From the 11, right? That's
Mhm.
correct. Yep. All right, DCR Core Record 310157, applicant Olympia LLC in the neighborhood of East Hollywood, at the business premise of 4878 Fountain Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation as stated in their report.
Commissioner Menace, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12 is DCR Core Record Number 111765. The applicant is Valley Health Center Collective, and this is to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1700 to 1706 North Silver Lake Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card. There is a raised hand, but I'm not certain that would be them. I can check and see who that might be.
You may.
Caller with phone number ending in 6311. Please state your name and how you, if you're part of the neighborhood council or an elected office.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Daphne Muller. I'm in the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we did not receive a community impact statement from the neighborhood council.
Okay. They, Big Chief, came to the neighborhood council's last meeting and, stated their business purposes and intent. And, neighborhood council, I know at that point in time, that they were not going to support, the
We can't
business. I
allow
don't know
this
if
without a community impact statement, ma'am. I'm sorry. You can't
Okay.
state the position
All
of the
right.
neighborhood council without a
Okay.
accompanying community
fair.
impact statement, but thank you.
But I do think this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. I do think it's fair at least to let her address if you do have contrary evidence to that. Do you want to speak to that? Did you believe that you had mailed it in and that we just had not received it?
I'm not responsible for that, so I would have to follow up with someone. So yeah, I was not responsible for that, so I would have to follow up.
Okay, well, I'm sorry then. Then at this time, we are going to have to move on with this matter. If it's not something you can
Okay.
confirm immediately. I'm sorry about that, ma'am.
Oh, I can't confirm immediately now.
Okay, thank you for calling. We will move on at this time to the department's presentation.
Licensing Analyst Megan Bloom here. I will present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 111765 is associated with Valley Health Center Collective. This applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1700 to 1706 North Silver Lake Boulevard in the Silver Lake Echo Park Elysian Valley Community Plan Area within Council District 13. This applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR, but has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. This applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about March 19th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on April 16th, 2025. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were mixed. 3 comments against the business expressed fear of increased crime, cannabis odor, impact on youth, saturated cannabis business close by, and the community's well-being. The favorable comments mentioned the business will generate great tax revenue for the city and serve as an active community member. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts nor circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 12.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff?
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. Just for the public's state of mind here, when you do when you guys go about to do this investigation and everything, there should be no odor being emitted from the premises. Am I correct?
That's correct. It's part of both the state and the city's regulations. When we conduct Megan Bloom, licensing analyst here. When we conduct our inspections, odor is part of that checklist. And if there is an odor and not proper, like HVAC or exhaust system to minimize that, that is something that can prevent them from being issued a license.
And since it's hasn't been issued a license, then right now it's not a problem, correct?
Correct.
Any other questions for department staff? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Megan. We are moving on to the applicant's presentation. I do have 2 speaker cards here. Samuel Kim. And last name is Tellez. Yes, you may both approach.
Hi, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you guys are doing a fabulous job. Until the meeting today, I didn't realize there's so many moving puzzle to this. But I just want to say that I appreciate all the hard work that you guys are putting out. Thank you. We had this license for over 3-4 years. We're at Sun Valley. The location wasn't desirable. I have my manager over here. I have my compliance lady here. And we've been running it correctly. But it was really tough trying to get out of the red for a while because of the location we're in. We finally found this location and we submitted the application. We're away from all the schools. We're away from all the other dispensary. They're out of our zone. I guess it has to be 700 square foot, if I could remember correctly. And if there's any concern, obviously, I'm not gonna come and be a repetitious and, about all the compliances and stuff like that, because we went through it and we've been doing it and we had the license we've been running the business for 2-3 years. We just want to get into a better location to move forward and support you guys with more taxes and do better as a community member. So if there's any question for me, I would love to answer.
This is Commissioner Melendez. What was the name of the business when you were at your last location in Sun Valley?
Okay, so when I first started a clothing business, I started out in Messina, New York. It's a Mohawk Indian tribe nation, Akisasni, out of New York. He is also a small partner of our company, and his grandfather was a big chief. Obviously, I don't look like an Indian, but he was. So he says, "Hey, why don't we name it Big Chief?" And I knew that there was going to be some negativities, but it's there are little phrases in English that came in from all different nations, correct? Like CEO, why do you say chief? Is it an insult to the Indian people? No, I don't think it is. Being a chief, being a big chief, is you being a leader or a big person in the market. It has nothing to do with the name, but if they're gonna go technical, we do have a partner who's a Mohawk Indian. If you want me to send in the credentials and whatever that needs to be, I'll do it. But is there anything else?
Great question, Commissioner Melendez.
This is Commissioner Melendez again. How many parking spots? I noticed that there's some parking to the side. Is that your parking as well?
I believe there's 7 or 8 parking spaces, and there's a designated handicap, which is up to code. And we've been waiting for this license to happen. I have my managers here. I'm floating all these payments, and we want to get this open as quickly as we can, and be a positive for the community as far as contributing to taxes or whatever that we need to do.
Yeah, I know that neighborhood, the traffic
Yes,
runs really fast through there. So it's
yes.
nice to have that little parking area.
I literally grew up in that neighborhood. My first 3 girlfriends lived maybe 2 blocks away from there. So I mean that is my neighborhood.
A woman's wrath lives a long time. Be careful what you say.
Yeah. Don't tell my wife though.
So Commissioner Farmby, so you had 2 speaker cards. Is there anything else you wanted to add, or anyone that you have with you wanted to add anything to your?
I think you guys been through enough tonight. And we know what we got to do. I mean, we ran this business before. I mean, we know about being compliant, and we have the security on board. We have surveillance. We have everything. I mean, we're gonna actually put more lighting into the area, and in front of us there's a bar with a nightclub that used to open in and out, and now they're I guess renovating again. and there's a liquor store 4 buildings away. And these officers could tell you that they probably, gather more, adolescent, than dispensary. While the dispensary is gonna have a security, they're gonna be in and out, and they're gonna be watched on by every single video out there, 7 or 8, 9, 10, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes, Commissioner.
I don't think
Morales.
that, they shouldn't worry about, loitering and all this other stuff, so.
Yes, they believe it's Spaceland. They used to be across the street from you.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Oh. My compliance.
Howdy. My name is Anaí Tellez. I am voicing my support for Valley Health Center Collective. There's a lot of discussion about the proposed name, which is still a proposed name at this moment. We haven't submitted a fictitious business name or anything, but when I presented at the neighborhood council meeting, somebody saw a logo that was a proposed logo, and I didn't even think about it. It was just a rendering, and there was a whole bunch of non-Indian people that were, or non-Native Americans that were very offended by it. So I actually have Native blood and I'm not offended by it. So it's a really big discussion. I don't think it's that important to bring up right now. But I did have an engaging discussion, or it wasn't really a discussion. They kind of just attacked me for 30 minutes. But they did voice some concerns, like the odor. I mentioned everything's prepackaged. We have HVAC. They mentioned, security, that, they didn't want some kind of security guard with a looming presence in their nice little neighborhood. And I said, if you guys don't want the security guard to be armed, we could have a discussion about, other options for that. Another person brought up the cash handling thing. And they said, well, people are going to be there because they're going to want to rob the place because there's so much cash. I said, well, we have other locations in the city of LA. We could even put it in our SOPs to include that the cash needs to be picked up, 3 times a day, if that makes you guys feel better. So another comment somebody mentioned during the public comment session like 5 hours ago. They said that we did not reach out to the neighborhood council with enough time, but I definitely did. I think that what they were trying to say is that they wanted more time to address this ongoing issue. And I have still been in communication with those people. There's obviously some people that are not supportive, and I understand that, but my phone number is listed on the front of the building, and I'm actually getting a lot of text messages and phone calls from people that are excited for a dispensary to be in the neighborhood. So, it feels kind of like a Yelp review situation where, you could go to a restaurant like 1,000 times and like people are like, yes, this is great. But the people that are not supportive, they had like one bad experience, they're going to be the ones that are voicing their disapproval for the project. So overall, I also want to say thank you to our analyst because she was able to process this modification from one location to our current location in about 5 months, which I think is pretty impressive. So we did the relocation, 100% ownership change, and passed an inspection during the renewal period and paid all the fees to get to this point in about 5 months. And I think that is pretty impressive. So aside from that, there was a very long ongoing discussion. It's not really related to this application specifically, but just for all of the applicants, there's been a lot of discussion about the taxes. And I just want to let you guys know that from somebody that deals with this tax situation, like on a daily basis, on September 26th, they sent out an email to hundreds of people that said your account might be delinquent. And then the day after, everybody that received those emails sent a response to Office of Finance. And it took Office of Finance about 2 months to actually respond to the people that said, hey, what is this tax liability? So there's this huge problem between DCR, Office of Finance, and the applicants of tracking down these payments. Like, even to get to this point, like when we wanted to make the ownership modification, they said, your account is not in good standing. I said, well, can you show us the receipts? It took them forever even to tell us which receipts were delinquent. Then we pulled out the receipts, said everything was paid on time, showed them cash payments, all this stuff. And then, you know, they will, after a while, they said, oh, okay, now it's in good standing. But there's just one issue where, you know, you paid it, but the check was, or it was rejected by the bank. One minor issue, you know, and that is what is actually getting reported. So you guys are looking at this huge problem, and a lot of it is just miscommunication between all of the departments. I don't really think it's fair. I really don't think that the tax liability or the tax assessment is 300 million, because what Office of Finance does is, if you are not reporting your taxes on a monthly basis, they will come up with an arbitrary number. I don't know how they come up with this number, but they will come up with like a general number that out of, I have no idea where. And they say, oh, well, actually you owe this much in taxes. We're like, well, from what? And because if it's non-operational, then where are these tax assessments coming from? And then they say, oh, well, it's a tax assessment. We think that you guys owe this much. So, you know, once you clarify, actually, no, this location is non-operational. There should be, it should have been reported zero. We apologize for not reporting on a monthly basis, because it has temporary approval waiting for CEQA determination for 2 years. And, you know, what are we supposed to say? We're still not open. We're still not open. Hi, we're still not making money. Like, every single month, it's like exhausting. But the truth is that they're coming up with these arbitrary tax assessments. And even with the DWP holds, like, they are coming up with their own like late fees, like out of where? So they're like, oh, you owe $1 million to DWP. And you ask them for like a breakdown. And it's predatory practice in the same way that people are taking advantage of the social equity applicants. DWP is taking advantage of some of these operators. I acknowledge that a lot of them are delinquent and we're not operating in good faith. But I think the tax situation is not as bad as it seems. And with a little bit of communication, especially with that new portal that you guys are opening, it's going to be way more streamlined. So, you know, I think as a suggestion, a way to solve this problem could be to maybe not have people report their taxes monthly. Like the state does quarterly, you know, anybody else does annual taxes. Like, that makes sense. It's kind of insane to make somebody report their taxes monthly, especially when the sales go up and down. Like, they're never consistent. And our market does not follow traditional market trends. We go up in March and April, then it comes down right after 420. And then in December, when in the holiday season, it plummets. And then DCR, when our sales are plummeting, DCR says, now your renewals are due. So it's like a really challenging situation to navigate all this. So if you guys really are considering making something or some changes, I would say consider maybe not like hustling people down for like on a monthly basis. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for the applicants?
Really?
The applicant and the applicant's manager? Ms. Anahi Tellez, I just want to say thank you both for being here, for sitting through this meeting, through our 2 recesses, for providing some insight into communication between the Office of Finance and DCR, and painting an interesting picture as to applying taxes to a business that is not operational. And with that being said, I have no questions. Okay, then we are moving on to deliberations. Motion,
Regarding item number 12, DCR core record number 111765 for the business located at 1700-1706 North Silver Lake Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the staff report dated April 23, 2025.
Commissioner Farley, a second.
thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
And at this time, the meeting is now adjourned. The time is 7:15 PM.